but it also ignites a fire low in my belly. My body's tense and ready to flee. At the same time, I'm inexplicably drawn to him. My skin prickles with awareness, and I feel a shameful heat building between my thighs. It's as if my body and mind are at war, one screaming danger, the other begging for his touch. "Maron," I whisper, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and unwanted arousal. What are you doing here?" He smiles, a slow, predatory grin that spreads tiny waves of shivers down my spine.
"I wanted to see you."
His eyes travel down my body.
"I see you liked my gifts."
I glance down at the dress he sent me earlier today, suddenly feeling exposed and vulnerable under his penetrating gaze. "I do. Thank you." I look up at him, my heart hammering in my chest. "Why did you send someone to practically kidnap me off the street? Do you have any idea how much I'm freaking out right now?" Maron chuckles. It's a low, smooth hum that makes my skin prickle with a mixture of fear and anticipation.
"I told you already. I wanted to see you. And I always get what I want."
I don't know what to make of his words. Maybe I should be afraid, terrified even. Maybe Betty was right. Maron Korolev is the walking definition of danger and power. If anything, I should be screaming for help, fighting tooth and nail to escape. But like the stupid woman I am, I find myself irresistibly tempted by the whole situation. It's like there's this invisible force pulling me toward Maron, drawing me in like an electric magnet designed to pull a freaking cargo ship. It's hard to describe the intensity of it with words. The rational part of my brain is telling me to run, to get as far away from him as physically possible. Then there's the other part of me, a part I barely recognize. A part craves the dark promise of his eyes, the unspoken challenge in his words. All of it is totally ridiculous. It's like I'm under a spell every time he's around me. Maybe I am under a spell. Maybe he's using some sort of weird dark magic on me to make me submit to his charms. I wouldn't put it past him. Whatever the reason, I find my body responding to his proximity in ways that are beyond my control. And what if I don't want to be taken? I hear myself say. Maron's deep blue eyes flash with a dangerous light. His hand gently lands on my thigh, gripping it ever so slightly.
"I think you do, Mindy,"
he murmurs, his lips brushing against my ear.
"I can see it in your eyes and feel it in the way your body trembles when I'm close to you. You're drawn to me, just as I'm drawn to you."
He reaches out and brushes a strand of hair away from my face, allowing his fingers to linger on my cheek for a moment. I feel my breath catch in my throat, my heart pounding so loudly I'm sure even Pavel can hear it behind the corridor that separates the car's front from its back.
"I told you already, I don't like the idea of you singing in that bar,"
he murmurs, his voice low and intense.
"Especially when you're wearing the dress I gave you."
Somehow I force myself to snap out of his whole goddamn spell and regain control of the situation. Who the hell does he think he is? I'm a grown-ass woman, goddammit. Contract or not, gifts or not, I decide what I do with my time. Not to mention that he doesn't even know that I signed the document. I couldn't give a rat's ass what you like. I snap at him, surprising even myself with my boldness. Who do you think you are to tell me what I can and can't do?
"Oh,"
Maron smirks, leaning in closer.
"I'd like that. A woman who challenges me."
He pauses and looks me up and down before asking,
"So tell me, why don't you give a rat's ass?"
I turn towards him, summoning every ounce of courage I possess. My eyes lock with his, and despite the shaking of my hands, my voice comes out strong and clear. If you must know, Maron, I need the money. My mother is sick. She needs treatment for her cancer, and her hospital bills don't pay themselves. As the words leave my lips, I watch a transformation occur in Maron's face. The hard, predatory look in his eyes softens, almost imperceptibly. For a moment, I catch a glimpse of something I've never seen in him before. A flicker of genuine sympathy, perhaps even understanding.
I didn't know about your mother,
he says, his voice losing some of its usual edge. Well, now you do, I reply, unable to keep the bitterness from my tone. In fact, I was on my way to visit her before you decided to have me kidnapped off the street. Something shifts in his eyes, a flash of emotion I can't quite place. It's as if a veil has been lifted, revealing a depth I never knew existed beneath his typically impenetrable exterior. For a brief moment, I see not the ruthless businessman with questionable motives, but a man capable of empathy.
Which hospital?
He asks, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. St. Mary's, I reply, watching him carefully. Without breaking eye contact, Maron leans forward and taps on the partition in front of him. When he speaks, his voice is back to its usual crispness, but there's an undercurrent of urgency I've not heard before.
Pavel,
he commands.
Take us to St. Mary's Hospital. Now.
Chapter 20. Mindy. Why are you doing this? I ask him. I'm lounging on the plush leather seat with my eyes closed, my heart still racing from the adrenaline rush earlier. The scent of cedar wood from Maron fills my nostrils, creating a strange combination of sensations.
Doing what?
He asks. Is he playing dumb? My eyes flutter open and I turn to face him, taking in his defined jawline covered in rugged stubble. His posture is confident and commanding, oozing raw masculinity. God damn it. This man must be the hottest creature on earth. And he's gazing directly at me. Doing what? Well, let me think. First, you scare the shit out of me by practically kidnapping me in the dead of night. Then, suddenly, you're all kind and caring, taking me to the hospital to see my mother.
Oh, that,
he says calmly. He falls silent for a few moments before speaking again.
I understand what it is like to see your mother suffer.
His response catches me off guard. You do? He remains quiet. I suddenly clam up, let out a sigh, and sink back into the seat. I take a deep breath, inhaling his now familiar musky scent. It's just so Maron. I'm pretty sure he didn't buy that scent in a shop like us mere mortals. He was probably born with it. Despite this aura of danger constantly surrounding him like a dark rain cloud, I oddly feel safe around him right now. Like I can just be myself. Ever since the accident that took my sister's life and turned my world upside down, I've just been going through the motions of everyday life, trying to cope. But with Maron next to me, in the craziest ways possible. It's like I'm teetering on the edge of something wild and exhilarating, showing me what it really means to be alive. Then thoughts of my mother flit through my mind. The fear I have over losing her like I lost Emily. What would my late sister do if she was in my shoes? You know exactly what I'd do, Min. I'd feel alive. I'd embrace the chaos, the passion, the thrill of the unknown. I'd stop worrying so much about consequences and start living. The car takes a turn and comes to a halt. We arrive in the parking lot of St. Mary's Hospital, a massive, imposing building, looking like a giant hovering mass in the darkness. Most of its windows are black. with the exception of a few flickering squares scattered across the front of the building.
"I'll come with you,"
Maron says, his voice leaving no room for argument. "But," I start to protest, but he cuts me off with a look.
"I'll wait for you in the corridor. I want to make sure you're safe."
I give a subtle nod, unsure of how to feel about this. But as we walk through the dimly lit entrance of the hospital, I find myself oddly grateful for his company, despite the fact that I still can't shake off this feeling of unease. When we reach the reception desk of the oncology department, I step forward and smile at the man sitting there. "I'm here to see Mrs. Lindsay Williams, please, room 501. The receptionist looks up at me with an uninterested expression. "No visiting hours now, miss," he says, his tone flat. "Come back tomorrow between 2 and 6 p.m. I feel a surge of desperation rising in my chest. "Please," I say, leaning forward and lowering my voice. "My mother is getting treatment for her cancer. I only want to see her for a minute." The receptionist shrugs, unmoved by my plea. "Hospital rules, miss," he says, his voice devoid of sympathy. "Nothing I can do." Just when I'm about to open my mouth and argue further, Maron steps forward. His presence suddenly fills the small space behind the reception desk. He looks around. "I'm sure we can bend the rules tonight," he says, his voice low. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a wad of cash, placing it on the counter. The receptionist's eyes widen as he takes in the side of the money. For a moment, he seems to hesitate, his gaze darting between Maron and the cash. Then, with a quick, furtive movement, he slides the bills off the counter and into his pocket. He gives us a curt nod. "Just be quick," he mutters, his eyes averted. I gape at Maron, a mixture of awe and trepidation coursing through me. The casual way he just bribed a hospital employee both thrills and unnerves me. It's a stark reminder of the power he wields and the dangerous world I'm stepping into. As we navigate the dim corridor towards my mother's room, I feel Maron behind me, like a physical force at my back. His footsteps echo ominously in the silence, each one a reminder of the precipice I'm walking. I'm grateful for his support, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm being drawn deep into a world of shadows and secrets, one I'm not sure I'm prepared to face. For now, though, I push it aside. All that matters right now is seeing my mother, feeling the warmth of her hand in mine, and telling her how much I love her. "This is where she is," I say when we get to room 501.
"I'll wait outside."
He nods. I return the gesture with a smile and push open the door. As soon as I step into the small, sterile room and see my mom lying there, the reality of her illness hits me hard. She looks so tiny and fragile, like she could break at any moment. It kills me to see her like this and be constantly reminded of the fleeting nature of life. I creep towards her bed, careful not to make any noise that might disturb her rest. Once I reach her side, I gently smooth her blanket, tucking it snugly around her frail form. I press a soft kiss to her temple, my throat tightening with emotion. "Sleep well, Mom," I whisper. To my surprise, her eyes flutter open, and a smile spreads across her face as she sees me. "Mindy, sweetheart," she murmurs, her voice weak. "Shh, Mom," I whisper, placing a finger to my lips. "I just came in for a short visit. I missed you." Her smile widens, and she reaches out to take my hand in hers. "I miss you every day, my sweet," she says, her skin cool and papery against mine. I swallow hard and gently tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear. "How are you feeling, Mom?" I whisper. Better, she says, her eyes crinkling at the corners. A lot better, my sweet. The new treatment seems to be helping. Relief washes over me like a warm wave, and I feel a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. Good, I say, squeezing her hand gently. I'll speak to Dr. Walker tomorrow and get an update on your progress. She nods, then asks, Have you seen Alexis? How is she? The question catches me off guard, and I hesitate. I don't want to worry my mom with the harsh reality of my sister's drug and financial problems, or the constant arguments between us. She's doing well, Mom, I fib, plastering on a fake smile. A flicker of sadness crosses my mother's face. She hasn't been here yet, she says. I furrow my brow. Anger boils up within me as I think about my unreliable sister, and I really wish I could shake some sense into her. So, she hasn't come after all. She even had the nerve to borrow my car, claiming she was coming to visit our mother, but it looks like she was doing something else instead. Damn it, Alexis. She will, Mom, I say firmly. I'll make sure of it. My mother smiles, her eyes drifting closed once more. Thank you, Mindy, she murmurs, her voice fading. I love both my daughters, even if they're silly sometimes. She gives me a weak smile. You're always taking such good care of me. I place another gentle kiss on her forehead, my heart aching with love and worry. Of course, Mom, I say softly. You just relax now, okay? Everything will be taken care of. I promise. She nods, slipping back into a peaceful slumber. My beautiful, kind-hearted mother. I sit with her for a few more minutes, watching the gentle rise and fall of her chest. Finally, with a heavy sigh, I stand up and make my way towards the door, pausing one last time to look back at my mother's fragile form. I love you, Mom, I whisper, my voice barely audible. More than anything in this world. Then with a final glance, I slip out of the room and back into the corridor, where Maron is waiting for me. His eyes lock onto mine as I appear, his gaze intense and searching. How is she? He asks. Better, I sigh. A flicker of understanding passes over Maron's face, softening his usually hard features. Good, he says, his eyes never leaving mine. I know this is hard for you, Mindy. His words catch me off guard. I'm not used to this side of him. It's so unlike the boss hole I saw every day at the office. You do? I ask, unable to mask my surprise. Maron's jaw tightens, a shadow passing over his face. I also have some challenges with my mother, he admits. I'm sorry, I murmur, resisting a sudden urge to reach out and touch him. There's still an invisible barrier between us, one I'm not sure I should cross. Maron shrugs, his expression becoming inscrutable once more. But I catch a hint of bitterness in his eyes, a flicker of pain that makes my heart ache. Silent and lost in our own minds, we walk back to the car. The receptionist at the front desk doesn't even bother to glance up as we pass by. When we get to the sleek black vehicle, he opens the door and gestures for me to get in. I pause, reflecting on the series of events that led me to this moment. However, as I lock eyes with Maron and feel the intensity of his gaze pierce through me, I can't shake off an eerie feeling. It's almost as if I was meant to be here, in this exact moment, with this dark and enigmatic man by my side. In a strange way, Maron's presence eases the loneliness that has been weighing on me these last few years, ever since the accident. Yes, it's a false sense of security. But right now, I don't have the energy to protest it. All I want is to be close to someone I can trust. And at this moment, as strange as it may be, that someone is Maron Korolev. My former boss with his piercing blue eyes and commanding presence. And so I slide into the back of his sleek black car, letting the leather seat envelop me like a cocoon.
Go.
Maron instructs Pavel as he climbs in beside me. Where are we going? I interject, keeping my voice barely above a whisper.
To the airport,
Maron replies, his voice calm and assured. Did he just say airport? To where? I shriek. What for?
To fly to Moscow,
he says casually. To do what? I feel a jolt of panic run through me. Is he serious? He wants to get on a plane to fly? And to Moscow, of all places. Right now. But I don't have my passport, is all I say, which is completely ridiculous. Just like the idea of flying to Moscow. He smiles a slow, confident grin that does nothing to calm my shock.
Don't worry,
he says, resting his hand possessively on my thigh.
We're taking my private jet. You won't need your documents.
I stare at him, still not understanding what the hell is going on. Your private jet?
That's right.
But why are we going to Moscow? I ask, my heart pounding in my chest. To do what? And when will we be back? Maron turns and leans in closer. He gently cups my face and turns my head towards him, his eyes boring into mine with an intensity that takes my breath away all over again.
Don't worry,
he murmurs, his deep voice a sensual caress.
Everything is taken care of, Mindy. Trust me.
I swallow hard, my pulse quickening. Please, Maron, I say, nearly begging. I need to know what's happening. I wasn't planning for any of this. He keeps his eyes locked with mine, searching my gaze.
Fine,
he says after a moment of silence.
I have a meeting tomorrow with this guy. He's the most powerful media mogul in Russia. I want you to be by my side. We'll be staying at the Hilton for 2 nights.
I bite my lip, suddenly overwhelmed with anticipation. We'll be staying at the Hilton? In the same room? Does that mean... I decide not to ask any more questions and force my body to relax. It's not like I have a job to attend tomorrow. And I don't really want to get away from him anymore. It feels good to not have to make decisions for once and just go with the flow, to follow him into whatever he's planning. As if reading my mind, he leans in close, his deep voice dripping with lust.
It's good to have you here with me, Mindy,
he murmurs. My cheeks immediately flush, hot with arousal. He gently places his palm on my thigh, sending a jolt of pleasure through me.
It's good to have the real thing instead of that video.
He growls hungrily, and it's all it takes for my panties to soak. As the heat between my legs intensifies and my body begs for more of his touch, I decide to take control. Without hesitation, I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him in for a deep, passionate kiss. He welcomes it. His hands roam over my body, exploring my skin as if trying to memorize every detail. I moan into his mouth, lost in the sensation of his lips on mine and his expert hands caressing me. When the kiss finally breaks, he locks eyes with mine.
I want you, Mindy. Every part of you.
He whispers against my lips, his breath warm and intoxicating. And it only fuels the fire he ignited within me earlier. I can feel myself getting wetter and wetter with each passing moment, my body betraying my better judgment. We crashed together again, our lips meeting in a desperate, hungry kiss. His strong hands continue to roam my body, leaving trails of heat in their wake. I'm lost in the sensation, drowning in his touch, when a sudden impulse from reality breaks through the haze of desire. I wrench myself away, my chest heaving as I struggle to catch my breath. "Maron," I choke out. "I can't just disappear without a trace." Maron's eyes darken with desire and something else, a possessive hunger that continues to thrill and terrify me. He leans in closer.
"Yes, you can."
Silence falls between us as I process his words.
"Everything will be fine,"
he continues.
"Take it as a short trip to a country you've never been to. While I'm doing business, you'll have a taxi at your disposal. It will take you wherever you want. See sights, shop to your heart's content. You'll have everything you need."
He leans in close, his lips gently grazing the sensitive skin on my neck. I suppress a moan, my body responding to his touch like a live wire.
"And when we're both finished with our obligations..."
He pauses, his hand gently stroking my cheek. He leans in close to my ear.
"I will fuck you all night until you're completely spent."
Holy freaking shit. How is it that he just needs to say a few words to make me ridiculously wet all over again? I know I should be outraged by his arrogance, but I'm not. Instead, I'm sitting here, hoping I'm not going to leave a warm puddle on the car's leather seat. I was always one with a vivid imagination. I can picture the scene clearly. Tangled sheets, sweat-slicked skin, pleasure so intense it borders on pain. In under a second, I find myself aching for the experience with him, every fiber of my body crying out for his touch.
"Are you ready for our first date?"
he whispers, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. I'm practically dripping at his words. If I could have my way, I would skip dinner and take him to fourth base right here, right now. "Why are you doing this to me, Maron?" I whisper.
"Because I want you to sign that contract."
He runs his finger along my chin.
"I want you to experience what we could have together."
I don't even know what to do with all this. I'm a grown-ass woman, not a horny schoolgirl with raging sex hormones. But I feel exactly like the latter. I also feel like I'm losing pieces of myself in whatever this is. Ever since that night in New York High, I couldn't stop thinking about him. The thoughts and emotions I'm experiencing are uncharted territory, unlike anything I've ever known before. It is a completely new world that goes against everything I have ever experienced in my life. But in this moment, none of that matters. All that matters is the inexplicable chemistry and the visceral pull between us. Maybe it's all a lie, Mindy. Sure, maybe. Whatever the case, my body is betraying me to a man I barely know. I don't have the answers. I don't know what to make of it. What I do know is that every time he's near me, I'm more turned on than I thought I was capable of. And I can't help but marvel at this newfound ability my body seems to have. Sure, I always had a high libido. But this is beyond anything I ever thought possible. I never knew I could desire someone so much. As we silently glide across the empty streets of the city, something strikes me. I haven't checked my emails since before I left for the gig. Perhaps it would be wise to do that before we get on the plane and I have to switch my phone to airplane mode for several hours. So I pull up my emails, filtering through all the promotions and newsletters until one email catches my eye. The subject line says, "Update on Mrs. Lindsay Williams' progress." It's about my mother. I quickly tap the screen to open the contents of the email. "Dear Miss Mindy Williams, I hope this letter finds you well. I'm writing to inform you of the latest developments regarding the treatment of your mother, Mrs. Lindsay Williams. We are pleased to report that the current treatment regime has been effective, and her condition is currently stable. However, it is necessary to continue with another set of treatments over the course of the next 2 months to ensure her ongoing recovery. The total cost of these treatments is estimated to be $92,720. I would like to note that her health insurance only covers $34,570 of this amount. We understand that decisions regarding medical treatment can be difficult, and we want to ensure that you are fully informed and comfortable with any course of action moving forward. Therefore, please take the time to consider this information and let us know if you would like to proceed with the recommended treatment plan. If you have any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact us. Your mother's health and comfort are our top priority, and we are here to support you in any way we can. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, Dr. Thomas Walker, Chief Oncologist. Chapter 21. Mindy. Maron's voice jolts me awake. I sit up abruptly with my head spinning.
"Wake up, Mindy,"
he says, a sense of urgency in his tone. "What?" I grumpily reply, rubbing my eyes and trying to shake off the remnants of a fitful slumber. As reality slowly sets in, memories from the past couple of hours flood my mind. Being tucked into Maron's car against my will, the hospital visit, getting back in Maron's car to drive to the airport. It all seems like a distant memory. The only thing that feels real is the intoxicating oaky scent that still lingers in my nostrils. "Where are we?" I groggily ask.
"At the airport,"
Maron answers, his voice snapping me out of my daze.
"The plane is waiting."
I push myself up, feeling like an airport is the last place I want to be right now. It's late, and I'm exhausted, hungry, and disoriented. I want to sink back into the warmth of the car seat. I must have dozed off on the way here. My body is aching for the comfort of a real bed and a good night's sleep. But even as I try to cling to the fleeting moments of rest, a nagging thought invades my mind. Dr. Walker's email. The glimmer of hope treatment that could save my mother's life, at a cost that makes my head reel. Even before I'm fully awake, my mind is running the numbers, trying to calculate the costs. 92 minus 34, that's 58,000, of course. The daunting figure bounces around in my mind, seeming impossible, no matter how hard I try to come up with a solution. I really don't know how to get that kind of money without stripping at Kevin's joint every night, being yelled at and propositioned by drunken billionaires. As we step out of the car, a blast of cold air smacks me in the face. I wrap my cardigan around myself, shivering. "Holy crap, it's freezing out here," I mumble. I'm still dressed in my performance outfit, complete with high heels. The wind whips through the airfield, causing my hair to dance in the chilly air. Maron walks up next to me, gently guiding me towards a sleek private jet that shines like a beacon in the dark. "What is this?" I ask, curious.
"It's called an airplane. Have you seen one before?"
Maron says with a chuckle. I wrinkle my nose. "No need to be sarcastic," I retort. "You would have asked the same question if you were in my shoes." He leans closer to me.
"I can answer all your questions after takeoff, Lisichka,"
he says, taking my hand.
"But we need to go. Pavel is waiting."
"Pavel? The same Pavel who kidnapped me off the streets of New York and tucked me in your car against my will?"
"No need to be sarcastic," he smirks. "And yes, the same Pavel. He's my second in command and will be our pilot today."
"Our pilot?"
"Yes."
"Does he even have a license?" Maron stops and turns to face me, his expression serious. He gives me a stern look.
Enough questions for now.
You can't just force me onto a plane, I protest. I have the right to know what's going on.
When did this become a democracy? I already explained this.
Maron snaps back.
We are flying to Moscow for a few days. You'll have everything you need once we get there. That's all you need to know for now.
I open my mouth to argue, but then quickly close it again. This is insane, I think to myself. Completely and utterly insane. What the hell is happening in my life? A few days ago, I was plain Jane in a corporate job trying to make ends meet. And now I'm about to get on a private jet to fly to Moscow? A few hours after being practically kidnapped. Suddenly, Maron's demeanor softens and he cups my face in his hands, looking into my eyes.
You'll be okay, Mindy. Trust me on this.
I give him a doubtful look and shake my head. The wind howls through my mind, making me feel chilled to the bone. How do you expect me to trust you? I barely know you. I throw my hands up in exasperation. He stares into my eyes and holds my face firmly.
You have no other choice, Lisichka.
Asshole. I don't say anything back. I'm certain it would be useless. My legs wobble like jelly as I awkwardly ascend the stairs. As I enter the interior of the plane and the door behind me shuts, a sigh of relief escapes my lips. It's a lot warmer in here, I say, still shivering.
Take a minute to thaw out,
Maron replies, smirking. The comforting warmth surrounds me, easing the tension in my body. As I look around, my jaw drops in awe. Holy Mother of Christ. If I didn't know better, I'd think we're inside a luxury suite. The plane reeks of wealth. No, it's not even a plane. It's a flying penthouse. The interior is unlike anything I've ever seen before. All plush leather seats and gleaming chrome. Worlds away from the cramped economy class I'm used to. Maron gestures for me to take a seat, his eyes not leaving mine.
Make yourself comfortable, he says. It will be a long flight to Moscow.
Is this your plane? I ask, my mouth still hanging open in amazement. Maron nods and grins.
Want to take a closer look?
He leads me through the interior, and I can't help but gape at the sheer extravagance of it all. The living room is a study in opulence, with plush velvet sofas that seem to beckon me to sink into their depths. Yes, there is a living room. At least that's what Maron calls it. In the middle of it, a huge flat-screen TV flickers to life as we pass, displaying a breathtaking aerial view of the city below. Wow, I breathe, running my fingers over the gleaming mahogany tables. This is beautiful. Maron smiles, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes.
Wait till you see the rest.
He guides me to the kitchen and my jaw drops all over again. He could run a freaking cooking show here if he wanted. Sleek stainless steel appliances glint under the soft lighting. I trail my hand over the marble countertops, marveling at the cool, smooth texture. The bathroom also takes my breath away, with its huge marble tub and rainfall shower. I've never been the gold digger type or a sucker for luxury, but damn it, I can't help but imagine myself lounging in that tub, surrounded by fragrant bubbles and soft candlelight. This looks incredible, I tell Maron. I've never seen anything like it.
Glad you like it,
he says, still smirking. We make our way back to the main cabin, where a dining table is set with gleaming silver and crystal. Maron disappears for a moment, then reappears, followed by a server with a tray of food.
You like salmon?
He asks, arranging the slices artfully on a bed of greens. My mouth begins to water at the sight, and I nod in response. Who doesn't? I tell him, holding back the fact that I can't even remember the last time I had salmon for dinner. A plate is being placed in front of me, and I take a bite, The flavors explode on my tongue, rich, buttery, and utterly divine. Oh my God, I moan, my eyes fluttering closed in bliss. It tastes amazing. Maron watches me, a small, satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Enjoy, Lisichka.
We eat in silence for a few minutes, savoring the delicate flavors and the smooth, chilled champagne the server poured for us. I can't help but feel a sense of unreality wash over me. I feel like a 21st century Alice in Wonderland, stepping into a bizarre dream world where anything is possible. Thank you for dinner. It was delicious, I tell Maron, patting my satisfied stomach. But it's still a little fuzzy why I'm here.
Do I really need to spell it out for you?
He retorts with an air of superiority. Typical. My eyebrow raises. Oh, excuse me for having questions, I ponder aloud, pretending to mull it over. First you give me the boot from my job, then follow me to the dive bar where I croon for money. And now you're whisking me away on your fancy floating penthouse to Russia. Sounds like a perfectly normal sequence of events. He pushes himself away from his seat, moving dangerously close to me. My body responds with a rush of arousal.
You can thank those photos you sent me last week.
Asshole.
But now,
he says, sinking back into his seat,
I want to hear your answer to my offer, Mindy.
I take a deep, shuddering breath. My heart begins to pound in my chest. I wasn't prepared for this. Hell, I wasn't even prepared to see him tonight. But Maron Korolev is not the kind of man you defer. I know I have to give him an answer. I just didn't expect to do it so soon. Once again, my mind drifts back to all the reasons I'm doing this. My mother, my sister, and let's not forget the email Dr. Walker sent me earlier. Damn it, Mindy. What's even making you hesitate? You have no job, no money, just a shady bar gig at NYC High. What you do have is a sick mother and an addict sister to take care of. And you have guilt. Guilt that's been weighing down on you ever since the accident you caused. This is your chance to make things right. I'll take it. My voice trembles as I say the words. I have already signed the contract.
Smart girl. You made the right choice,
he states. I study his face intently, trying to decipher his emotions. Is he satisfied, or does he simply not care? Knowing I had no choice but to agree. His expression remains neutral.
Where's the document?
He asks. It's in my car back in New York.
Why didn't you give it to me yet?
Really? Gee, let me think. I say, maybe because I was too busy getting abducted to remember to bring your precious document with me. I roll my eyes. Next time, I'll make sure to pack all my important paperwork before getting kidnapped. Lesson learned. A slow, satisfied smile spreads across Maron's face, his eyes glinting with a predatory light.
I love a fiery woman,
he murmurs.
You're right. We'll take care of the paperwork as soon as we're back in New York. But first.
He stands up and takes my hand. His grip is firm and possessive.
There's one room I haven't shown you yet, and I think it's time we rectify that.
Before I can react or say anything, he pulls me close and locks his lips with mine. Arousal courses through me once again. I'm not sure how long I can take this without finding release. Our tongues dance along my parted lips. Then he gently takes my bottom lip between his teeth and stretches it out. I shut my eyes tightly and let out a soft cry. His tongue laps at my cheek once more, and his hand holds me firmly in place. He grips my face tighter as he licks up my entire cheek before sinking his teeth into my earlobe. Holy mother of fuck. A series of tiny electric shocks race across my spine. My body is on fire. And as for the part between my legs, I'm not even going to elaborate on that.
You taste like fucking heaven, Lisichka,
he whispers, his breath hot and ragged against my ear. Oh, I moan, not having the mental clarity to say anything coherent. His free hand slides down my hip and down between my legs, teasing the sensitive skin there, sending waves and waves of pleasure into my core. His fingers dip inside my panties, exploring the moist depths. "You're so fucking wet for me." He groans, and I buck my hips into his hand in response. His tongue and lips continue to explore my cheeks, tracing the contours of my jawline before diving back into my mouth. Our tongues dance together, tasting each other in a slow, sultry rhythm. The scent of his cologne mixes with the taste of him, making me lightheaded with need. I wrap my arms around him, holding on tight as he pierces the space between my lips with his tongue, sucking gently. A low rumble vibrates from his chest as he strokes my slick pussy. With every stroke, he burrows deeper, finding the perfect spot to make my body squirm and gasp for air. His teeth scrape down my neck lightly before trailing gentle kisses along my jawline into collarbone. My body continues to tremble under his touch. I can feel how hard he is for me. He wants this as badly as I do. And if that's even possible, it only makes the heat between my legs grow even more. He continues to kiss me until I'm left breathless, until every sensitive nerve in my body is aching with a desire ready to explode. I crave him with an intensity that almost terrifies me. Then he pulls away. I'm a panting mess with swollen lips and a tingling core. He then looks at me with a knowing smirk, his eyes dark with lust. "Come with me, baby girl," he murmurs, tugging me towards a door. "Let me show you what else is included in our little arrangement." Without warning, he lifts me up, making my body feel weightless as I cling to him. I wrap my legs tightly around his waist. My sex pulsates with aching desire. But it's not just my sex that pulsates. My entire body is thrumming with anticipation as he carries me to the bedroom. For a fleeting second, I'm aware that maybe I should be having second thoughts. But I don't. I can't. At this moment, all I can think about is Maron Korolev's rough hands on my skin, his hungry lips on mine, the unreal chemistry we have, and whatever experiences await us.
Chapter 22. Maron. I've been waiting for this moment. Her kiss was fire, consuming us both with its intensity. There was no hesitation in her, no holding back. She wants this as much as I do, and neither of us can deny it any longer. Mindy's hands are everywhere, exploring my body with a hunger that matches my own. I pull her closer, sliding my hands down her back and gripping her curves as I roll my own hips against hers. The need is overwhelming. We respond to each other like two flames colliding. Holy fuck, this woman is something else. As I kiss her neck, her hands work their way to the buttons of my shirt, popping them open with ease. I can feel her fingers trembling against my skin as she explores my upper body. My cock is aching to be inside of her. I'm beyond ready for her, and she is just as eager. My body throbs with desire as her hands move lower, undoing my pants and freeing my aching erection. As she slides down my zipper, I let out a low growl. She smiles against my lips, understanding the effect she has on me. "I want you, Maron," she whispers. "I want you." Instead of responding, I let out a low, satisfied hum. My hands roam over her, tracing her curves as we continue to explore each other's mouths. Without breaking our kiss, she pushes down my pants and boxers, fully exposing my erection. She breaks the kiss and looks at my cock, her eyes going wide. "You're so big," she adds, appreciating my size. I groan as her hand wraps around my flesh, stroking me slowly at first before picking up a quicker pace. Then she takes me to her mouth. Bоже mой, her lips feel like fucking heaven. She envelops my throbbing cock, her tongue darting out to trace the tip. The effect she has on me is fucking unbelievable. In mere seconds, I'm left completely at her mercy, loving every fucking bit of it. Her mouth is beyond sensual, eagerly moving up and down my erection. Her moist lips glide over my shaft, creating a wet, slick sensation that drives me wild. «Не останавливайся, Лишка», I gasp out, hardly able to form coherent sentences in my state of bliss. «You're incredible. Fucking unreal». She swallows me whole, her warm mouth taking me in almost completely. I can feel her soft, wet tongue teasing the underside of my shaft, her lips gliding up and down in a rhythm that is both maddening and intoxicating. My consciousness begins to fade into a boiling of pleasure. As her soft, warm lips and wet tongue continue to tease my shaft, I gradually lose all sense of time and space. My body melts into the sensation, every nerve ending alight with a pleasure that feels unreal. I've never experienced anything like it. The feeling is so intense that I'm not sure how much longer I can take it without exploding. Then, as if she's reading my mind, she takes me even deeper into her mouth, sliding my entire length down her throat in one smooth motion. Another low groan escapes my throat as I savor the most incredible suction I've ever felt. From somewhere deep within me, a primal instinct emerges, and I thrust myself further into her mouth, meeting her eager moves. Mindy's hand moves up to clutch at my ass cheek, pulling me closer, deeper, as she moves her head up and down in a luscious rhythm that matches the beat of my racing heart. I can't control myself any longer. I grab a handful of her hair and urge her closer and closer while she continues to suck on my dick. My mind is consumed with pleasure as she expertly works me over. "Keep going, Lishishka," I growl, barely able to form words as my climax builds. I pant. "I'm going to come." Then it hits me like a tidal wave, the most intense orgasm I've ever had. Unable to speak, I burst into her mouth like a fucking fountain, my body shaking with an intensity that surpasses what I thought a man was capable of. Stars explode before my eyes, and my vision blurs, making me lose grip on reality. I have no idea how long the sensation lasts. It could be minutes or hours for all I care. I don't even know how long it takes me to gather my bearings. But the explosions slowly die out, and the next thing I'm aware of is the feeling of Mindy's warmth next to me as I lay on the bed, recovering from a sex-induced delirium. I'm still reeling from it all when she breaks the silence, gently pulling me back into reality.
"Where are we?"
she asks, her fingers lazily tracing circles on my stomach that's still damp with my cum. I pant, trying to calculate our position. We're about to fly over Europe. We still have several hours till Moscow. Forcing myself back into the moment, I push myself up and slowly trail my fingers down to her sex. "You're still wet," I say. I want a taste of that wetness. It's true. Her pussy is all the encouragement I need to be ready for her again. My cock is rock hard in an instant. Bоже mой, what this woman does to me. Trailing a series of gentle kisses along her body, I slowly move my face between her legs, blowing warm breaths over her center until she squirms with anticipation. She lets out a deep sigh.
"Fuck! Yes, Maron."
I press my lips to her needy cunt, sucking her into my mouth with a primal hunger. A moan that escapes her lips. "Oh my God, yes," she gasps, her fingers curling tightly in my hair as I devour her with all-consuming passion. "Yes, keep going, Maron." "Come into my mouth, Lishiska," I say between licks. "Oh, fuck, you filthy bastard," she moans, breathless. I smirk and continue my relentless exploration of her sex with my tongue. Her hips buck against me as I find her most sensitive spots. She gasps and moans in ecstasy as her muscles tremble and spasm around my tongue, her juices overflowing onto my taste buds. The scent of her arousal fills my nostrils, intoxicating me further and further. Her nails dig into my scalp as she begins to lose control, pulling my hair in the process. "That's it," I murmur huskily, looking up at her with hooded eyes. "Give it all to me." Her hips are now bucking and grinding against my mouth until she goes tense, every muscle in her gorgeous body starting to shake as her orgasm builds. "There's my girl," I growl against her moist center. "Come for me, Lishiska." "Fuck, yes, Maron, yes," she screams, her pussy spasming wildly against my lips. I don't stop the flicking and the swirling of my tongue until the dam breaks and her warm juices flood my mouth. I keep my lips locked with her pussy and allow her to buck against me again and again until the shaking of her hips begin to slow. It takes minutes for her peak to subside and her body to cool. Holy fuck, she is fucking unreal. It's true, the woman is next level. I've never been with anyone like her. It would be pointless to deny that she's completely gotten under my skin. It's not the first time I have this thought, but this time, it hits me like a fucking cargo train. And as soon as it does, something snaps inside me. A sudden mix of jealousy and possessiveness. The unbearable thought that my idiotic half-brother fucked this woman. Driven by a raw and primal instinct, I stand and plunge my dick into her without warning. It's fast and savage, animalistic even. Her eyes snap open and go wide in surprise, but I don't fucking care. I want to impale her with my cock and see her pussy swallow it as a whole. I don't even care if she wants to protest. I continue to pump into her with primal force, making it clear with every wild thrust, I am the one in control here. But as I plunge my dick into her, Mindy jerks back to life, her eyes rolling up in their sockets, still wide from the shock earlier. She was jolted awake from the afterglow of her orgasm, yet she doesn't seem to mind. It's all the encouragement I need to fuck her even harder. "You're," I pant, thrusting. "Fucking," thrust. "Mine," thrust. "Lishiska," thrust. "You hear me?" I growl. Her hands wind around my neck and her thighs tighten around my waist in response. She can say whatever the fuck she wants, call me a bastard even. Her body is betraying her. It's clear who it is she really wants. "You asshole," she growls back at me. I'm not even sure she realizes the filth that pours out of her mouth. Her eyes are rolling back in her head. I can't stop now. I can only go harder. My possessiveness fuels my desire. "Anyone," I growl in her ear, "who," thrust, "touches you," thrust, "is dead," thrust. "Do you," thrust, "understand?" "Fuck you, you bastard," she responds, sinking her nails deep into my flesh, drawing blood. Hot pain flashes across my chest, but it only adds to the pleasure of being inside her. I want to tear away her self-control. unleash the primal lust still lurking inside her. I want to fuck all my doubts out, all my vulnerability, until the only thing left is the desire to own her. I'm fucking her as hard and fast as I can, showing no mercy. Ah! Mindy's head drops back, and she cries out in the addictive mix of agony and ecstasy. I'm coming, you asshole! She gasps. I continue pushing deep. I thrust. Fucking own thrust. You're cunt, I say, groaning. The darker parts of my brain have been activated, and the primal force completely overtakes me. My pumps get even deeper, thicker, rougher. Maron, she cries out. I give her all I have. I roar as I hold myself deep. I want to see her face when she comes, so I continue until she is screaming and bucking uncontrollably, like a wild animal, her juices spilling my erection over. I know she's at her peak, but I don't slow my pace. I keep going until her walls clench around my cock so intensely that I can't contain myself any longer. After a few more animalistic thrusts, I release into her. My cum spills hot into her tight pussy as we both explode into what feels like a supernova. She spasms and screams as her orgasm continues to tear through her. Her body continues to shake. Her juices continue to spill, making my cock drenched in her warm, sticky cum. I collapse on her panting, laying on top of her until the shaking of her thighs gradually begin to fade. We both lay there spent for several minutes, like a couple of used-up rag dolls, waiting for our bodies to cool down from the high. Boy, moi, I can't believe I've just had the orgasm of my fucking life. Yeah, she's definitely gotten under my skin. Even more so than I could have imagined, or ever thought possible for me. Which is a fucking dangerous territory for a man like me. Chapter 23. Maron.
You fucking disappointed me, Korolev. We had an arrangement, and you fucking disappointed me.
I'm sitting across from Leonid Shirkov, the powerful Russian media mogul. The air in the lavish conference room feels heavy and suffocating, and the tension between us is almost tangible. I can practically feel his calculating gaze burning me as we engage in a high-stakes game of negotiation. Every word he speaks feels like a loaded gun pointed directly at me. My mind flashes back to the first time I met Shirkov. We were at the Bratva gathering over a decade ago. I was still green, barely out of my father's shadow, when he approached me with that same calculating gaze he wears now.
So, you're Korolev's boy,
he'd said, his voice dripping with disdain.
Let's hope you're smarter than your old man was.
I didn't fully understand what he meant back then. Now I do. It doesn't help that he's right. I had promised him a delivery, a kidney to save his daughter's life, hoping it would end the conflict brewing between our families since my father's time. Then my ship hit a fucking iceberg, and the kidney ended up in the bottom of the ocean, along with my thermoxine samples. And in the midst of the fuckery that is called my life, I haven't been able to find a solution yet. I've been juggling too many things at once, training Maurice to take over the organ business, running global media, preparing for the launch of thermoxine, and dealing with my mother's illness. And then being preoccupied with Mindy. The power of pussy, my father would say. I leaned back in my seat, leaving my expression cold and neutral. It was vis majeur, Leonid. Our ship hit an iceberg. I'm arranging for a new kidney for your daughter as we speak, and I add. "You'll get a discount. I'm covering 30% of the cost. Best I can do." I feel a flicker of sympathy for the man's plight, but I quickly smother it. In this world, sympathy is a weakness, and weakness is a luxury no one in the Bratva can afford. Shirkov doesn't seem too pleased with my offer. He slams his fist on the table, causing the glasses to rattle on the hard wooden desk stretching between us.
"I don't give a shit about your excuses or your discount, Korolev. My daughter is fucking dying, you understand? She needs that kidney."
My daughter is dying. Hearing this triggers something deep within me. My mind immediately drifts back to my own late daughter, Cordelia. It guts me to even think about the moment I lost her. Even as I sit here with a man as rich and powerful as Shirkov, I can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. He's a heartless motherfucker, a cold-blooded murderer who wouldn't hesitate to put a bullet in my head if that served his purpose. And yet I can understand his pain, his fear of losing his daughter. "I get why you're frustrated, Shirkov," I tell him, keeping my voice calm and even. "We both wanted the same thing. Get that kidney to your daughter. But we need time. Suitable organs don't just magically appear." Shirkov scoffs and leans in closer, locking eyes with mine.
"Well, guess what, Korolev? Jennifer doesn't have the luxury of time, and neither do you."
He emphasizes each word with a sharp nod. I raise an eyebrow, keeping my expression impassive. "Is that a threat?" He bares his teeth in a humorless smirk.
"Call it a promise."
He rises from his seat, looming over me.
"You and I both know that this goes beyond a mere organ."
His voice is threateningly calm. I remain silent, knowing well that he is right, and fucking hating it. But there's no escaping the situation. My cargo's sunk, and now I have to face the music.
"Let's get one thing straight," he continues. "This is your one chance to settle the conflict between our families. Fuck this up, and there will be no peace."
He slams his fist on the table.
"If my daughter dies because of your fucking incompetence, I will tear your family to shreds until there is no one left."
I inhale a deep breath through my nose in an attempt to control my rising anger. I could kill the old fucker where he stands if I wanted, slice his throat, or put a bullet in his skull. But where would that get me? Fucking nowhere. His other family members would come after my family, and we'd end up in a fucking war all over again, where all bets are off. I can't allow that to happen. Not when I have a sick mother to take care of. "Let me guess," I say, my voice deceptively soft. "You'll start by putting a bullet in my head first."
"No, I won't."
Shirkov chuckles, a dark, mirthless sound.
"First, I'll make you watch as I destroy everything you hold dear. Your businesses and your loved ones."
I give him a cold stare, meeting his gaze. Not sure what else I expected of a motherfucker like Shirkov, but what he's saying still gets to me. I can see the malice in his eyes, and I know well that he's not someone who makes empty threats. But then again, I am no stranger to being threatened. However, the mere mention of my family ignites a fiery rage within me, boiling and bubbling like molten lava in my veins. My hands tremble with the urge to launch myself at him and rip his head off, but I force myself to stay composed. Giving in to my anger would only lead to the destruction I'm trying to avoid. "You do what you have to do, Shirkov," I say, my voice like steel. "But know this, you can come for me, But if you have the balls to come for my family, I will come for yours. I will burn them alive and make you watch. Think about that before you threaten my family again. I don't take my eyes off his. Your daughter will get the kidney. We both know that she is very far from dying. She has time. So have some patience. If I say I deliver, I will deliver. Shirkov's eyes bulge with rage as his body tenses.
2 weeks, Korolev. That's how long you have.
He snarls, voice low and deadly.
Disappoint me again, and I'll carve out your fucking kidney with my bare hands.
With a final glare, he turns and storms out of the room, the heavy thud of his boots echoing in my ears. Leaning back in my chair, I exhale, rubbing a hand over my face. Blyat, what a fucking shit show. It will be a hell of a mission to get that kidney in 2 weeks, but failure is not an option. The last thing I want right now is to go to war with the old motherfucker. I turn to Pavel, who's been sitting silently in the corner all this time, his face a mask of stoic calm, but I can see the tension in his shoulders. Can we arrange a matching kidney in 2 weeks, Pavel? I growl. Pavel leans forward, his elbows resting on his knees.
If we know what's good for us, we will, boss.
In less than 30 minutes, Pavel and I are back at the hotel, lounging in one of the conference rooms. My second-in-command is sipping vodka, watching me impassively as I mull things over. Fucking Shirkov. He is the last fucking problem I want to be dealing with right now. I'd rather be upstairs in my suite, balls deep in Mindy. Instead, I'm down here, thinking about how to get a kidney for Jennifer Shirkova and then ship it halfway across the world. A snap decision has me reaching into my pocket and pulling out my phone. I speed dial Maurice's number. The line rings once, twice. Come on, Maurice, pick up the fucking phone. A groggy voice answers, thick with sleep and irritation.
Jesus, Maron, do you know what time it is? It's the middle of the night.
My grip tightens on the phone, my jaw clenching. Listen up, Maurice. We've got a situation. I hear a rustle of sheets and a muffled curse.
What's going on?
We need the Shirkov kidney. ASAP.
What? Shirkov?
Yes, the buyers got me by the balls.
Maron, that shipment isn't due for another week at least. These things take time, and...
I slam my hand against the oak table, my patience snapping. Damn it, Maurice! We do not have another week. We need that fucking kidney yesterday. There's a tense pause on his end of the line. I can practically hear his mind racing.
Maron, you know I've never done this before. I'm still learning, and if something goes to shit...
Nothing will go to shit, Maurice, because you're going to make sure of it. My words are clipped, leaving no room for argument. This is your chance to prove yourself, brother. Show me you have what it takes. Find me a kidney and get it shipped. We have 2 weeks to get it to the buyer. Maurice exhales heavily. When he speaks again, his voice is tight but resolute.
Fine. I'll get to the compound in the morning and see what I can do.
You have 48 hours to get this underway. Not a minute more.
Jesus, Maron. 48 hours? That's not even possible.
The clock is ticking, brother. And the price of failure? I let the unspoken threat hang in the air. It's not a price either of us want to pay. There is a long, heavy silence on my brother's end.
Fine. I won't let you down this time.
You better not, Maurice. Sleep tight. I hang up the phone abruptly and turn to look out the window. The lights of Moscow shine brightly through the tinted glass. After a brief pause, Pavel speaks up.
Everything all right with Maurice, boss?
I fucking hope so, I say. He's been doing okay so far. He's not going to fuck up this one. But I'll be watching his every move, just to be sure.
Can I be honest with you, boss?
Pavel says. Tell me.
The kidney situation is the least of my worries,
he says.
I have other things on my mind.
I frown. Like what?
Look, boss.
Pavel clears his throat.
We've been in some pretty shitty situations in the past, and we always found a way out, right?
He shoots me a look.
We'll get that kidney to Shirkov in time. I'm sure of it.
Yes, Bratok, but it's not every day we sink an entire fucking cargo ship. I scoff. We don't have the luxury of handling this casually.
And I'm not suggesting that we should,
Pavel says.
We'll leave nothing to chance, boss. I'll contact some people in Bangladesh as a backup plan, in case Maurice fucks up. We're going to be fine, boss. I promise.
Right. I glance at my second-in-command. What's bothering you, then?
Right now, I'm more concerned about your position.
Pavel hesitates, giving me a side-eye.
You're a single man with no strong alliances. It makes you vulnerable. Shirkov knows this too.
I frown, not entirely following his train of thought. What does that have to do with the kidney situation? Pavel sighs, a hint of exasperation creeping into his voice.
Shirkov is allied with his wife's family, boss. The Sokolovs. A very powerful clan with deep ties to the government and the criminal underworld. If they decide to make a move against you, we are under a bigger pile of shit than we've ever been.
I wave a hand dismissively, even as a cold knot of unease settles in my gut. It won't get there, Pavel. I can handle Shirkov and his in-laws. But even as the words leave my mouth, I know I'm being naive. Fucking Pavel has a point as usual. The Bratva is an ancient organization, steeped in tradition and rigid hierarchies. A man without a wife, without an heir to carry on his legacy, is seen as weak, unmoored, an easy target for ambitious rivals and hungry wolves. I lean back in my seat, rubbing a hand over my face. Blyat. You're right, I admit grudgingly. I am in a vulnerable position. If Shirkov decides to use this kidney situation as an excuse to come after me, we'll be fighting a war on two fronts. Pavel nods, his expression grim.
Exactly, boss. And with all due respect, you're not getting any younger. You need to think about the future of the organization, about securing your legacy.
I feel a flicker of annoyance at the implied criticism, but I know it's just my ego. My second-in-command is only speaking the truth. As the Khan, it's my responsibility to ensure the continuity and strength of the Bratva, and right now I'm failing in that duty. I stand up abruptly, pacing the room like a caged tiger. My mind is racing, weighing options and discarding them just as quickly. Yes, I need to secure that kidney for Shirkov, and hopefully bury the hatchet with him for good. But what good is a truce if I'm seen as a weakling? It's not like Shirkov or any of these Bratva fuckers can be trusted. If they think I'm vulnerable, they will find an alibi to come after me and my empire. I must start thinking long-term, shore up my alliances, and strengthen my position within the underworld. And I know exactly what I need to do to make that happen. I stop in my tracks as something dawns on me. There's only one way to kill two birds with one stone, solve both my immediate problems and my long-term vulnerability. I must get married. I just need to do it sooner than I had planned. I turned back to Pavel, my eyes glinting with a new sense of purpose. I'm going to get married, Pavel, and I think I know just the woman for the job. Pavel frowns at me.
Not your chief accountant, right?
I level him with a steady gaze. Not that it's any of your fucking business, but yes, that's why I brought her here. Pavel shakes his head, his expression a mix of disbelief and apprehension.
Boss, she's a nice girl and everything, but she's from another world. You can't form an alliance with her family. In your position, you need...
I cut him off, my tone brooking no argument. I don't care about the Bratva's old-school ways, Pavel. That woman is mine, and I will marry her. It may not lead to an alliance, but it will be a solution to our problems. Just wait and see. Pavel stares at me, his head still shaking in disapproval.
Boss, you know I'm loyal to you, have always been. But allow me to disagree with you on this one. You are about to make the mistake of your life.
A smirk tugs at the corners of my lips, one that holds both certainty and determination. No, Pavel, I say, my voice unwavering. I'm about to make the best fucking decision of my life. And it's you who has to trust me on that. Chapter 24. Maron. I head back to the luxury suite Mindy and I share, only to find it empty. I'm about to call out her name when I hear muffled conversation coming from behind the closed bedroom door.
Uh-huh.
Mindy keeps repeating, her voice strained.
And how long will it take? Oh, I see. It's trial stage, right? Right, no guarantee. I understand. All new treatments are like that. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that, Dr. Walker.
She must be talking to her mother's oncologist. I knew her mother's condition was serious, but the heaviness in Mindy's tone suggests it might be even worse than I thought. After what feels like an eternity, the bedroom door finally opens, and Mindy emerges. Her eyes are red and puffy, her cheeks streaked with tears. She looks utterly devastated, and it takes every ounce of my self-control not to rush over and gather her in my arms. "What's wrong?" I ask.
Shit. Sorry, Maron.
She sniffs, using a paper tissue to dry her tears.
I didn't realize you were back.
It's all right. I keep my tone gentle. Tell me what's wrong. Mindy takes a shaky breath, her lower lip trembling.
My mom,
she whispers on the verge of crying.
Her cancer's become aggressive, and she needs more treatment than we initially thought. But even with that, there's no guarantee that she'll make it. I just spoke to her doctor.
I step forward, cupping her face in my hands, my thumbs brushing away the fresh tears that spill down her cheeks. There's no guarantee for anything in this fucked up thing called life, Mindy, I murmur, my eyes locked on hers. Desperate to offer her some kind of comfort, I turn to the booze cupboard and pull out a bottle of premium vodka. Want some? I ask, holding it up. She manages a weak nod.
Yeah, please,
she says, her voice hoarse.
I could really use one right now.
I pour 2 generous shots, handing one to her before clinking our glasses together. We down the vodka in unison, the smooth, fiery liquid burning a path down my throat. As I watch Mindy savor the drink and her eyes fluttering closed for a brief moment of respite, I can't help but be struck by her beauty once again. Even in her distress, with her face bare of makeup and her hair tousled from running anxious fingers through it, She is fucking stunning. My woman. For life. Tell me everything, I say gruffly, my voice harsher than I intended. Mindy flinches at my tone, avoiding eye contact as she starts to speak.
Well, she's getting this new type of treatment. It's only recently been approved by the FDA, but there's still no guarantee that it's going to work,
she confesses, her voice heavy with worry.
It's almost like she's being experimented on. No one knows how her body will react, not even the doctors.
My mind goes straight to my mother and her illness. I've seen death firsthand too many times growing up in the Bratva. I should be numb to it by now, but the idea of losing someone close still scares the shit out of me. It doesn't matter how tough you are. We're all soft when it comes to family. Life can be a bitch, Mindy, I murmur, unsure what else to tell her. I look at her. Who is paying for her treatment? Do you have anyone to help you? I ask. A sibling, a friend, anyone? I can see her trying to keep up a strong facade.
My sister, Alexis. She's the only family I have left besides my mom,
she admits with a slight tremor in her voice. Is she helping you? I push. Do you share the costs?
Well, she's...
Mindy sniffs, new streams of tears forming on her cheeks. I fix her with a stare. She's what, Mindy?
Alexis is... It's complicated, Maron,
she says.
Let's just say she's dealing with her own troubles right now.
I feel a flicker of annoyance at her reluctance, and at the way she seems to think she has to handle everything on her own. So nobody's helping you. My eyes remain fixated on her. How much is the new treatment?
No, Maron.
She glances at me.
I know what you're thinking, and we're not doing that. I can handle this myself, and I will.
I step closer and lift her chin. How much?
Well, the insurance covers half, and...
She doesn't reply immediately.
58,000,
she whispers, her voice barely audible.
But I'll...
Fine, I say, pulling out my phone and opening the banking app. I tap on Mindy's account details that I still have from her global media days, my fingers flying over the screen. In a matter of seconds, the transaction is complete, and the money is transferred to her account. I look up, meeting her stunned gaze with a cool, impassive one of my own. It's done, I say. What else worries you? Mindy's eyes widen in shock, her mouth falling open.
What? No, Maron, you can't...
Too late. It's done. Let's move on.
Maron,
she whispers, her voice choked with emotion.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
I shrug, slipping my phone back into my pocket. You're welcome. She continues to stare at me, stupefied. A ghost of a smile flickers across her face, making me feel a tug in my chest. Something warm and unfamiliar, something I don't quite know how to name. There's something about her, something that draws me in like a fucking magnet. The way she looks at me makes me feel like she can see past all the bullshit, all the posturing and the power plays. Like she sees the man beneath the monster. I push the thought aside, and my jaw tightens. I've never been a man to give grand gestures of affection. I never learned that shit, and I never needed to. But as I look at Mindy, at the way her eyes shine with a tentative kind of hope, I can't help but feel a flicker of something else. Something that feels dangerously close to caring. I tilt my head and grin. Actually, there's one way you can show your appreciation.
Is that so?
Come here, I tell her, and watch as she moves closer to me. The vulnerability in her eyes, the way she leans into my touch, it all crystallizes my earlier decision. This woman, with all her complexities and contradictions, is exactly who I need as my wife. Not just to protect my position in the Bratva, but for myself. Mindy, I begin, my voice low and serious. There's something I need to discuss with you. She looks up at me, curiosity mingling with the lingering sadness in her eyes.
What is it, Maron?
I take a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. You know my world is complicated. She nods slowly, her brow furrowing.
Okay.
I need a partner, Mindy. Someone strong, someone who can stand by my side and face whatever comes our way. I pause, gauging her reaction. I need a wife. Her eyes widen in shock.
Maron, what are you...
I press a finger to her lips, silencing her. I know it's too early. We're not there yet. But I need you to play a role, to be my wife in the eyes of others. Effective immediately.
Play a role?
Her voice is a mix of confusion and intrigue. I nod, allowing a smile to play on my lips. Think of it as practice for what will come later. Her breath catches, and I can see the wheels turning in her mind.
And what exactly does this practice entail?
I lower my voice to a seductive murmur. That's what I'm about to show you. Without warning, I capture her lips in a hungry kiss, pouring all my pent-up desire and newfound determination into it. The day is still young, and we have all the time we need to explore our new arrangement. Chapter 25. Maron. Mindy suddenly breaks the kiss. She steps back, looking up at me with an all-serious expression. One moment we're devouring each other, losing ourselves in the heat of the moment. The next, she is stepping away from me. It is a stark shift that leaves me breathless and confused.
I need to ask you something,
she says. I furrow my brow, not sure what got into her. Ask, I reply.
What is the Bratva to you?
I'm caught completely off guard by the unexpected question. None of the women I've been with have ever asked me anything like that. All they cared about was if I liked their new outfit or where we were going for dinner. And of course the inevitable, when are we getting married? But the Bratva, that's a different story. My mind scrambles, searching for any clue that might explain where she got this from. How does she know about the Bratva? I don't think I ever mentioned it to her. No, I'm sure I didn't. The fact that I'm the leader of one of the most feared organizations in the criminal underworld isn't exactly the kind of thing you casually tell people about.
I overheard you and Pavel talk about it,
she adds, noticing the confusion on my face.
So I Googled it. I know what the Bratva is, Maron. My question is, what is it to you?
Yeah, I wasn't planning on explaining this to her, at least not right now. It's been a long fucking day, and all I want is to take her to the bedroom and fuck her until we're both spent, not to explain to her how I'm involved in the Bratva and what that means. But the intensity of her gaze doesn't waver, silently demanding an answer. Well, fuck it. If I'm going to take her as my wife, I might as well start playing with open cards. It's not like I can hide this from her forever. I don't know what's on the internet, I begin, watching her expression closely. But the Bratva is the Russian Mafia. I need to tread carefully around this topic. The last thing I want is to scare her.
I know that, she says. Why does it matter to you?
She meets my gaze with a mix of determination and concern, her eyes continuing to search mine for answers. Because I was born into it, I tell her, keeping my eyes locked with hers. When my father died, I became the head of the Bratva, the Bakan. I pause, giving her a moment to process my words.
You're the head of the Bratva?
Da, I nod, taking a step closer to her. Despite my initial fear that this might scare her, she doesn't back away. Her arms linger at her sides, tracing the smooth curve of her hips. And that means I have certain obligations to fulfill, I tell her. One of those obligations is to find a wife and have an heir.
A wife,
she repeats, licking her lower lip, seemingly processing my words. Da, I tilt my head, and I've already found the perfect candidate. She looks at me, her smile faint.
And who is your candidate?
I lean closer to her and cup her face. Don't pretend you don't know it, Lichishka, I whisper against her lips. It's you. She looks taken aback.
Do you truly mean that, Maron?
She asks, searching my gaze. Yes, I say firmly. I've never been more sure of anything.
And why me?
I'm getting a little annoyed with all the questioning. I don't want to talk about this more than what's necessary. I'd much rather show her my intentions by claiming her and making her mine. I gently hold her face again. Because I said so, I say curtly. I told her what she needed to know, and I have no desire to waste more time talking about this. So I end the conversation by kissing her. As my lips crash into hers, a rush of emotions floods through me. In that moment, I forget about the dangerous world I come from, the obligations that weigh on my shoulders, and the secrets I keep hidden. All that exists is the warmth of Mindy's touch, the taste of her lips, and the undeniable connection we have. And relief. Relief that she's responding to me. Relief that she wants me, despite being aware of my fucked up background. Relief that I'm a good judge of character, after all. I knew all along that she was a resilient woman, one who doesn't scare easily. And now she's proving that to be true. As our mouths clash, Mindy's hands hungrily claw at my crotch. I break away from the kiss and saunter over to the leather couch, never breaking eye contact with her. A look of surprise crosses her face, but this time I want to take things slow. No more reckless lust. I want to savor every goddamn second with her. I want to revel in the certainty that this vixen belongs to me. Now strip for me, I command, my hand tightly gripping my throbbing cock. With a half smile, she follows my order and slowly removes her top. The skirt follows suit shortly after. Don't stop there, I growl, feeling my desire skyrocket. Lose the bra. She teasingly smirks at me and takes her time as she unclasps it, revealing her perfect breasts. My eyes are fixated on every slow movement, my hunger growing with each second. Fucking magnificent. That's what she is. She stands before me looking like a sex goddess, dressed only in tiny lace panties. I take in the sight of her body, letting my imagination run wild. My erection is getting painful now, so I hastily push down my pants, letting my cock spring free. It feels right. I'll soon be buried deep inside her, making her scream my name in pleasure. But before that happens, I want to savor every moment leading up to it. I begin stroking my cock, running my eyes up and down Mindy's body as if I'm seeing her for the first time. In a way, it is the first time. Every one of our encounters so far were fast and wild, but not this one. This time I'm taking my time with her, and I can't fucking believe how incredible she is. Bouge moi. This woman is really something else. She has a way of making me forget my troubles. My mother's declining health, the shit show with Shirkov. It all fades away when I'm with her. In this moment we share, nothing else matters but the sexual chemistry between us. The pure, raw force that draws me to her like a magnet, overpowering any rational thought. Take off your panties, I command.
Why?
She teases. Because I want a full view of your pussy.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Bratva.
She pouts, with mischief gleaming in her eyes. I see the growing wet spot on her panties. I keep stroking my dick. Do it. She still doesn't move.
What are you gonna do with my pussy when you see it?
I close my eyes and keep stroking. Fuck it until you scream.
Open your eyes then,
she says.
Let me show you something.
With that, she turns to face me and begins to slowly work her way down her legs, taking her drenched panties along while not breaking eye contact. Her stunning and smooth cunt is now fully exposed before me.
Now what?
She asks playfully, waiting for further instructions. I smirk. She enjoys this little game as much as I do. Turn around, I command, my hand still stroking my throbbing cock with urgency. Pre-cum drips from the tip. I want to get a good look at that ass. With a sultry smile, Mindy turns, giving me a full view of her shapely ass. If I was a weaker man, I'd spill into my palms right now. She's fucking beautiful, an epitome of femininity with a perfect hourglass figure and peach-shaped ass calling out to be explored. I can hardly wait to lose myself in her once again. Turn back. She does. I can't fucking get enough of the sight of her. My eyes roam her naked body and stop at the smooth little triangle between her thighs. It's waiting eagerly for my cock to drill into it. Holy fuck, Lishishka. You're unreal. My primal instincts scream at me to ravage her. I've never wanted anyone this badly before. My hands are trembling as they reach for the impeccable curves of her body, like an addict battling withdrawal symptoms. Come here, I command. She obeys, climbing onto the sofa with her eyes fixated on me. Lie down, I growl, and she eagerly follows my order. Her beautiful nude form is only a few inches away from me, exposed, vulnerable, and fully at my mercy. Slowly I lift my hands and slide them down her belly, then to her pussy. It's swollen with desire, soaking wet to my touch. You're aching for me, I growl. Her eyes flutter closed at the contact, and she lets out a sigh.
Maron.
I tease her nipples with my fingers. What is it? She takes a moment to answer.
Make me come.
I can't fucking take this anymore. Without a word, I spread open her slick lips and seek out the delicate bundle of nerves nestled there. Her face is a canvas of raw desire as I begin to tease and taunt her with my fingertips. Her body writhes and bucks under my touch. She moans.
You're better than any toy I've ever had.
She spreads her thighs wider, begging for more. I'll take that as a compliment, I smirk. Do you pleasure yourself often? I ask, continuing to stroke her clit.
Yes,
she confesses with a sigh.
It was my only way to find release, until I met you. Pathetic, right?
My mind immediately drifts to Maurice. Looks like he butchered his shot with this woman in more ways than one, which suits me just fine. I guess we'll have to fix that, I growl. With that, I plunge 2 fingers inside her. I rub and massage the walls of her pussy and use my thumb to caress her clit in slow circles until she's panting and gasping for more. You like that, Lishishka? I ask, barely able to contain my own desire.
Oh, fuck,
she pants.
Yes, just like that. Oh.
The tension in her body mounts, and I can feel her climax building. Her muscles strain, and her thighs are starting to shake. I hungrily lean in towards her, my lips tingling with anticipation as I press them firmly against her dripping pussy. My desire to ravage her consumes me as I plunge my fingers into her relentlessly, each thrust bringing us both closer to the edge of ecstasy.
Yes, fuck,
she pants.
Hard, just like that.
She cries out as I push her closer and closer to the edge, determined to break her with pure sensation. Come for me, Lishishka, I growl. And then it happens. She shatters in my arms, her entire being trembling and convulsing with the force of her orgasm. Watching her lose control fuels a sadistic urge within me. That perfect pussy deserves more than just fingers. It needs a real man. It needs me. My cock throbs painfully now, aching to spill its seed into her. I can no longer contain the overwhelming need to have her. Every fiber in my being is urging me to bury myself deep inside her and feel her walls clench around me as we both explode. I'm going to fuck you now, Mindy, I tell her, not giving her time to come down from her high. With a primal groan, I drop down between her legs, position myself above her, and thrust into her with brute force. Our naked bodies collide in a frenzy of desire as I begin to pound into her relentlessly.
Maron,
Mindy screams, her voice raw with animalistic pleasure.
Fuck me hard. Yes.
You like this, don't you? I pant, the pleasure starting to overcome me. You like my cock drilling into you?
Fuck. Yes.
She gasps.
I love your cock, Maron.
She's struggling to speak through the waves of ecstasy. Her words drive me wild, and I begin to feel her inner walls clenching around me, sending us both toward the edge. But I'm not done yet. I keep pummeling into her like a man possessed, marveling at how fucking responsive she is. Mere minutes after her first orgasm, she's ready to come again. She bucks, writhes, the walls of her pussy spasming wildly as she engulfs my cock. My body tingles from head to toe as she rakes her nails down my back, igniting a mix of pain and pleasure, pushing me closer and closer to the brink. I gasp, sinking lower until I'm lying on top of her. Her hands tangle in my hair as she pulls me down, burying her face in my chest. Can you feel? Thrust. How deep? Thrust. I'm inside you. I pant. How badly? Thrust. I want. Thrust. To come. Thrust. Inside you. I thrust again. I grind into her even harder, unable to control myself any longer. The mirror on the wall gives us a perfect view of our bodies entwined in passion and fueling our desire even more.
Oh, please, Maron.
Mindy moans, bucking her hips against mine. I thrust relentlessly, determined to give her everything she craves and more. We are both lost in each other, completely consumed by the intensity of our shared passion. I tighten my grip on her, while my other hand pulls her hair as I thrust deeper and harder into her until I'm sure she can't take it anymore. And then it happens. She tenses, her eyes roll up, and her thighs begin to shake, signaling that she's about to explode. "You're mine," I growl. "Do you understand?" Mindy's grip tightens.
"Yes,"
she pants.
"Fuck, yes. I'm yours, Maron."
"Then fucking prove it." I keep fucking her. "Come for me, Leshishka."
"I'm coming. Oh, please, Maron.
She can't finish her sentence because relief comes crashing over us like a tidal wave, taking us with it. "You're fucking mine, Leshishka." I roar through a haze of pleasure, spilling into her like a fucking fountain. Her cum mixes with mine. Our bodies quiver from the intensity of our shared climax, and I find myself struck by the depth of my feelings for this woman. It's fucking terrifying to think about. "I want you forever," I growl in her ear as we both come down, immediately wishing I could swallow back those words. But I can't. They're out. Maybe it was just the sex hormones that made me say that. Maybe I'm scaring her more than I'm scaring myself. But deep down, I know our connection has reached a whole new level. "I need a shower," I say, after I finally manage to catch my breath. Several minutes after we reached our peak, we're still tangled in each other.
"You know where the bathroom is?"
Mindy says lazily. "No, I don't." She turns her head towards me.
"You know exactly where the bathroom is."
"I have a short memory," I smirk. She looks surprised for a second, but then the penny drops. "I want you to show me," I say, gently biting her earlobe. "I want to continue what we started." I don't have to tell her twice. She giggles, stands up, and follows me to the bathroom, with a mischievous grin on her face. Mere moments later, we're both under the hot running water, her hands wandering down to my pubic hair, stroking the base of my cock.
"I love your dick, Maron,"
she says.
"You're so big and strong."
Mindy's a dirty talker, and it turns me on like hell. I take the soap and begin to wash between her legs, feeling her sweet cunt swelling under my rough hands. "And I love your pussy." Fuck, I'm so ready for her again. Her hand glides over my body, lingering on my ass before moving back to my cock. I can feel the electricity coursing through me as she kneels down.
"I want you in my mouth,"
she moans, and I feel myself harden immediately. Her kisses trail down my abdomen, teasingly dipping into my navel before grazing along my happy trail. "Then what are you waiting for?" I growl out in pleasure. Looking up at me, she takes me slowly into her mouth. I close my eyes and let myself be consumed by the sensation. At this moment, the only person that exists for me is Mindy, and her lips around my cock. Her head bobs up and down, taking me deeper with each movement. My hands find their way into her hair, pulling it back so I can fully appreciate the view of her sensuous lips wrapped around me. I clench my buttocks, pushing my hips up in search of more depth. "Fuck, that feels amazing," I exclaim as I lose myself in the rhythm of her mouth. "Bоже mой." She continues, her movements relentless. My cock is throbbing, desperate for release, but I refuse to spill my seed into her throat, because once that happens, this euphoric moment will be over, and I'm not ready for that. I want it to last. I know that right now, being here with Mindy in the shower and sharing this experience of mind-blowing pleasure is exactly where I belong. An eternity would not be enough to savor this sensation. So I hold back, battling the urge to release myself all over her supple body. As if reading my mind, she releases my cock and looks up at me.
"Come inside me,"
she pants, her eyes burning with desire. She doesn't need to ask twice. With a primal groan, I pull her up against the wet wall, take her leg in my hand, and thrust into her. My mind is overtaken by an animalistic urge, and I begin fucking her again, pushing my length deeper and harder into her, until we both reach the brink of ecstasy. It takes less than 2 minutes for her to scream my name in pleasure once again. Her walls spasm against my dick, and I can feel her hot cum engulf the base of my cock. It's all it takes to make me spill into her all over again. Holy Mother of God! I can't believe this woman. I can't believe how wildly her body responds to me every time. How I can make her come again in less than 5 minutes after we finished fucking.
Maron,
She pants against my bare skin.
I've never had sex under the shower.
I don't say anything. Still tangled together, we wait for our bodies to cool and catch our breath under the warm water. I stroke her breasts and kiss her neck, feeling intoxicated by the rush of possessiveness flowing through me. I know then that I never want to let her go. She's mine forever. Driven by a sudden idea, I lift her in my arms and carry her to the bedroom. I lay her down on the bed and watch as her sensual body spreads out over the bedsheet. Still reeling from the force of our encounter, I lay down next to her. We lie there for many minutes, maybe even an hour, with our bodies intertwined, basking in the afterglow of the passionate sex marathon we just had. As I lay there, my mind drifts into uncharted territory, a place in my fucked up head I haven't explored before. It's as if my soul fled my physical body, and I'm observing us from above. Strange sensations arise and fade, emerging from the depths of my subconscious. Longing, passion, and a mixture of feelings that I struggle to label. Is this what they call romantic love? What the fuck are you thinking, Dolboyev? I'm brought back from my wandering thoughts by the feeling of soft hands tracing lazy patterns on my chest.
There is something you said the other day that stuck with me,
Mindy says softly, breaking the comfortable silence between us. I turn to face her. What is it? I ask. She pauses briefly before speaking again.
You said you had a daughter,
she says. My body tenses up. Yes, I say curtly. Mindy keeps stroking my naked body, and I find comfort in her touch.
Tell me about her, if you want,
she says. Normally this question would frustrate me, but somehow it doesn't. In fact, it's the opposite. I am sensing a sudden urge to open up to her. Maybe it will bring some relief, or maybe it will be an outlet for all the pent-up emotions since Cordelia's death. For the first time in my life, I want to share this painful chapter with someone else other than Pavel, and that someone else is Mindy Williams. I squeeze my eyes shut, feeling Mindy's gaze on me. Cordelia, I say. That was her name. I pause. She was the most innocent and compassionate human being ever born into this world. The moment seems to come to a sudden halt. I guess Mindy was not anticipating this answer, not from a man like me. I take a deep breath, unsure if I can continue. But the world didn't understand her because she had no words. She spoke through her heart.
She must have been a special child,
Mindy whispers. She was, I murmur, keeping my eyes closed. She was born with Down syndrome, and people have this misconception that those with Down syndrome are disabled, are dumb, and that makes me fucking angry, because they are special. They see the world through their hearts. I understood that watching my daughter. The way she moved through her short life in this fucked up world, showing love like no other. Mindy studies my expression.
What about her mother?
Galina. I let out a heavy sigh. We had an affair when I was still very young. We never wanted a baby. We were in love, had sex whenever, wherever. We were crazy and irresponsible. Then she fell pregnant, of course.
Of course,
she repeats. I was young and stupid, I admit. But I took full responsibility for the baby. I even met Galina's father and told him I was going to look after his daughter and the child, no matter what. And then Cordelia was born. There she was, the perfect baby, even with her condition.
I'm so sorry, Maron, she whispers. I can't imagine how hard it must have been to lose her.
It was hard. So much so that Galina couldn't take it. She disappeared from the hospital overnight. Never saw her again. But I never blamed her. She was young, not even 20. I fall silent, losing myself in my thoughts for minutes before I speak again. Eventually, my mother and I became Cordelia's family. And the dogs, cats, the birds, and the flowers in the garden. She was a happy kid. My voice cracks as I continue. Until her heart gave out. She was only 8. There's another long moment of silence before Mindy speaks.
I don't know what to say, Maron. I'm so sorry you had to go through this.
I open my eyes and meet her gaze. It tore me apart and put me back together again. Made me the man I am today. But the worst thing was, I had to keep Cordelia hidden. Like she was some dirty secret.
What?
She asks.
You hid her? Why?
The fucking Bratva. I glance at Mindy. To protect her. As the head of an ancient organization with rules and traditions, I could not afford to have a flawed child. That's how the Bratva would have seen her. If my enemies had caught wind of her existence. I stop, not wanting to think about what the consequences may have been. To me, she was perfect. She just didn't belong in this fucked up world. Mindy shifts next to me, discreetly wiping away a streak of tears running down her cheek. She moves closer to me, the warmth of her body seeping into my cold heart.
Thank you, Maron. Thank you for telling me.
I grunt, suddenly feeling uncomfortable with the vulnerability I've just shown her. Yeah, well, now you know my story. She places a gentle kiss on my face and wraps her hands around my neck as she clings to me.
I do, and I'm still here,
she whispers.
Chapter 26. Mindy. Oh my God, Mindy, Betty exclaims, rushing over to me with a look of relief and concern on her face. I have just entered our shared apartment after returning from the trip Maron and I took to Moscow. Where the hell have you been? What happened? Shit. The desperate attempt to call Betty before I was forced into Maron's car must have given her a scare. I texted her to calm her down before Maron's jet took off, telling her that I'd be away for a couple of days. But I guess I was a little vague. No wonder she was worried. I need to do better next time as a friend and tell her about my whereabouts. I'm sorry, Bets, I tell her, feeling guilty. I didn't mean to worry you. I'll communicate better next time. She frowns. Something is going on with you, Mindy. I can see it on your face. I know you too well. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the last couple of days crashing down on me. I set my bags down and collapse onto the couch. I am really sorry. It was just a very intense couple of days. Betty plops down next to me and her eyes widen with excitement as she takes in my outfit. I bet. I mean, look at the stuff you're wearing. That pullover is to die for. She gives me a playful nudge. It's quite the upgrade from our thrift store days. Her gaze drifts down to my shoes. And those heels? Holy shit, Mindy. Did you win the lottery or rob a bank? I pause, nibbling on my lip. I know I have some explaining to do, but where do I even start? Do I tell her about getting kidnapped? Or dining like royalty and feeling sparks fly with a guy I barely know? And the fact that I'm technically tied to him now through our so-called marriage deal. I'm still trying to wrap my own head around the last one. I look into Betty's eyes, knowing there are some things I have to share with her. She's my ride or die, the one person who always has my back, no matter what crazy shit I get involved in. All right, Bets, I begin. What I'm about to spill stays between us, no matter what. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Betty snorts, rolling her eyes. Girl, please. You know I can keep a secret better than a spy. I'm serious, Bets. This is between you and me. My lips are sealed, she reassures me. I was with Maron Korolev, I admit. Betty's face shows no shock. No shit. Tell me something I haven't figured out already. In Moscow, I finally drop the bomb. Betty's jaw drops. In Moscow? Like, in Russia, Moscow. What the heck were you two doing there? I take a deep breath, my cheeks flushing as I meet Betty's curious gaze. My friend leans forward, her eyes widening with a mix of concern and anticipation. What, Mindy? Did he hurt you? I shake my head quickly, my blush deepening. No, nothing like that. It's just, well, the way he took me to Moscow, it was like something out of a crap movie, except it was true. I describe how I was picked up by Pavel on the street, leaving out most of the scary stuff. The last thing I want to do is worry Betty even more. She is listening intently, her eyes growing wider as I reveal the details. And then, oh my God, Bets, we took Maron's jet. You know I'm not the gold digger type, but this thing is the epitome of luxury, unlike anything I've ever seen before. Betty lets out a low whistle, her expression a mix of awe and envy. Damn, girl, that's some James Bond level shit right there. She looks at me. You didn't sleep with him, right? She mocks surprise. Okay, I just asked the world's stupidest question, but oh my God, Mindy, Betty exclaims. So this all happened with Maron Korolev, the CEO of Global Media, my boss, your ex-boss, the world's sexiest asshole all in one? I nod, and I can't help but smile. It was intense, Bets. Like nothing I've ever experienced before intense. Betty leans back against the cushions, and there's a hint of worry in her expression. I can't believe this. I mean, I know you've always had a thing for bad boys, but Maron Korolev? He's in a league of his own. I nod, biting my lip as I try to sort through the jumble of emotions that are still swirling in my chest. She doesn't even know the craziest part. The marriage proposal, the contract, the whole package. As much as I want to tell her, I know I can't. I gave Maron my word to keep it a secret. Not to mention that it would void our contract immediately and probably get me into a lot of trouble. Betty continues to eye me with a knowing look on her face, like she's suspecting something. She ultimately heaves a sigh and reaches for my hand. Look, Min, if you want this guy, I understand. Hell, I wouldn't be able to resist his charm either. But just be careful, okay? There's just something about Maron Korolev. Something that worries me. My heart skips a beat at her words. I glance up at Betty. What do you mean? My friend pauses, fidgeting with her fingers. She appears to be weighing her words carefully before she speaks. I don't know anything for sure, but This kind of wealth, power, and that air of danger that surrounds the guy, I don't know, man, it just feels shady. I swallow hard. My thoughts immediately drift back to the conversation I had with Maron at the hotel in Moscow, right before we made love, and he blew my mind for the umpteenth time. The complicated history of his family. His connection to the Bratva. Not to mention our deal. But of course, I don't say anything about it to Betty. I can't. Not just because I can't betray Maron, but I also can't expect Betty to keep a secret while she's worried sick about me. So I stay quiet, wondering if I'm doing something incredibly stupid by getting involved with Maron Korolev. Am I putting myself in danger? Am I playing with powers far greater than what I'm able to control? As if reading my mind, Betty leans in closer. Her voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. You know, Mindy, there are rumors at Global Media about Maron. Everything is hush-hush, of course. But gossip has it that Global Media is just a cover for something sketchy. I look up at her, feeling a lump forming in my throat. What do you mean? What kind of rumors? Betty glances around as if making sure that no one else is listening. Well, you know how people are. Always looking for the next big scandal to talk about. There is talk that Maron's wealth and power don't just come from his media empire. That there's something else going on behind the scenes, and Global Media is just a big money laundering machine. I gulp, but stay quiet. I feel the knot of unease tightening in my stomach and my throat as my mind races with the implications of Betty's words. Whatever the case, I know Maron has ties with the Russian Mafia, the Bratva, as they call it. And the Bratva isn't exactly the most legal business on the planet. You know, Mindy, Betty continues, some folks say that Maron Korolev has something to do with organ trade. My eyes widen like saucers. Organ trade? Are you serious? Betty nods. You remember Ethan from HR, right? The one who was on medical leave for almost a year? I nod slowly, my brow furrowing as I try to recall the details. Yeah, I remember. He had some kind of kidney disease or something, right? Betty leans in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. That's right. Rumors started going around that he needed a transplant, and that he couldn't get a donor. Eventually, Maron sorted it out for him. That's how the guy is still alive. He paid it back to Maron in installments. My eyes widen. Uh-huh. Betty shrugs. But then again, this might all be just talk. You know how it is. People love a good conspiracy theory. Maybe it was nothing but a favor for a loyal employee. Whether Maron did Ethan a favor or not, there's still a knot in my stomach. Knowing that Maron was born into the Bratva, I can't help but think that there's an element of truth to Betty's gossip. If Maron is really involved in organ trade, what other shady stuff could he be into? Drugs, guns, human trafficking? How does he pay for all his expensive suits, his limo, and that fancy flying apartment? My hands are trembling slightly as I meet Betty's gaze. Thanks for telling me, Bets. A part of me wants to believe that it's all just gossip. Maybe it is, but you're right, I gotta be more careful. Betty grabs my hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Good. I mean, I know the guy is hot as hell and everything, but you mustn't let that cloud your judgment. He's a freaking billionaire, and that's a world you and I know very little about. Who knows what guys like him are capable of? I keep a serious expression as I look into Betty's eyes. Now I know better than anything that I can never tell her the things I learned about Maron, especially the Bratva stuff. It would just worry her to death. Not to mention that I have no clue what dangers I would put her in. Thanks for looking out for me, Bets. I'll be careful, I promise, is all I say. Chapter 27. Mindy. Today is Mom's birthday. I don't want to think about the possibility that it could be her last. The thought alone hurts too much. Instead, I just focus on making this day special for her by bringing a smile to her face. I walk confidently through the now familiar halls of the hospital with a smile glued to my face and a box of chocolate tucked under my arm. These bonbons used to be Mom's favorite, back when you could still get them in the U.S. Now, you can't. But lucky for me, I found some in Moscow, and I immediately got 4 of them. I can't wait to see my mom's reaction when I surprise her with her favorite dessert. As soon as I step into her room, I see my mother sitting up in bed, looking stronger and more alive than she has in weeks. The smile I had on my face grows even wider, mirroring the hope that's been growing inside me. Looks like the new treatment is working. For the first time in a while, I feel truly optimistic about the future. Maybe, just maybe, the universe is giving us another chance to make beautiful memories together in the years to come. Happy birthday, Mom, I tell her, accompanied by a big smile and a hug. But as I take her in my arms, I notice a significant weight loss in her. My beautiful mother, who always carried a few extra pounds, is now skinny and frail. I can feel her shoulder bones protruding under her skin. But she is still with us. She's not giving up. Neither of us are giving up. We will overcome this illness together. Oh, Mindy, thank you, my dear, she says in excitement. It's your special day, Mom, I say, passing her the box of chocolates. Look what I got you. Are you serious? Mom gasps. Her face softens as she takes the box with a grateful smile. Oh my gosh, Mindy. This was my favorite when you and Alexis were little. Where did you get these? She pops one into her mouth and her eyelids close as she savors the explosion of flavor. I have my ways, I wink. And believe it or not, there's more where that came from. What? There's more? She looks at me in disbelief. That's right. You're just trying to give me one more reason to stick around, huh? She asks, giving me a mischievous grin. I sure am, I say, returning her smile. You're not going anywhere, Mom. Not on my watch. She pops another bonbon into her mouth, and her eyelids flutter closed. You're spoiling me, Mindy. Anything for my beautiful mother, I wink, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. So, how are you feeling about the new treatment? I ask as I settle down in the chair next to her bed. Not bad, honey. It's not painful at all, and I feel stronger already. She responds, but there's still worry in her expression. But the cost. My insurance only covers. I cut her off before she could finish. I know exactly what she wants to say. Don't worry about that, Mom. It is taken care of. I promise. Your only focus should be on getting better. Mom looks surprised. But how? You already work so hard, Mindy. I got myself a little bonus, I lie, leaning close to her and giving her another gentle kiss. I'm not proud of withholding the truth from my mom, but the last thing I want is for her to worry. Please don't stress about it. I've got it under control. Under control, huh? A voice interrupts from the doorway. I turn my head to see Alexis standing there with a smirk on her face. Your gigs at New York High must be paying well. Shit. I shoot my sister a glare that could melt steel, but I hold my tongue. The last thing I want is to cause a scene, especially in front of our mother. Oh, hey, sis. You could have knocked, is all I say. Alexis's smirk widens. Oh, I'm sorry. Did singing to Mafia guys turn you into an etiquette coach? Double shit. How does she know? I narrow my eyes at my sister, gritting my teeth. This is not the time, I mouth, turning my head towards her. making sure Mom can't see me. But Alexis doesn't get the memo, or she simply doesn't want to. Instead of playing along, a smug smile spreads across her face. "You're worried how I know about it, right?" she asks. "Let's just say I have my ways, sis. You'd be surprised what people will tell you for the right price." "What's that even supposed to mean?" I demand, my patience wearing thin. Alexis leans against the doorframe, her voice dropping. "Working for Stardust always had its perks," she says. She's referring to the gossip magazine she works for. "Especially when it comes to digging up dirt on people, even on my own sister." I feel my blood run hot with anger. "You're spying on me?" She shrugs, seemingly unbothered by my shock. "It's what I do for a living, remember? And honey, you've been giving me plenty of material lately." "Alexis, sweetheart." Mom cuts in, her voice strained with concern. "What are you talking about?" I jump in before Alexis can spew any more poison. "Nothing, Mom. Just Alexis running her mouth as usual." But Alexis isn't having it. She moves into the room and leans against the foot of Mom's bed with a malicious glint in her eyes. "Oh, it's nothing, Mom," she says, imitating my voice. "Except that our dear Mindy here has been getting cozy with some seriously shady characters. How do you think your hospital bills are settled?" I can't believe that she's doing this. What kind of heartless monster has my sister turned into? Suddenly, I feel like I want to jump up and slap some sense into her with the back of my hand. Luckily, a nurse enters the room, interrupting our heated exchange. "Excuse me, but I have to ask you to leave the room for a minute. Could you please wait outside while I administer the patient's medication?" Alexis and I both nod, but as we make our way into the corridor, the tension between us is still palpable. As soon as we're out of earshot, I whirl around to face my sister. "What the hell are you doing, Alexis? What makes you think you have any right to put Mom through this? How I got the money for her treatment is none of your goddamn business," I hiss with fury in my voice. "But for your information, I had no other choice. I had to take the singing gig because I lost my job, and I sure as hell can't expect any help from you." My words come out in a nervous rush. I still can't believe that she would come here on Mom's birthday and cause such a scene. My sister gives me a dismissive smirk, her eyes filled with malice. Her pupils are enlarged, indicating that she's under the influence of some substance. Most likely the painkillers that have been slowly unraveling her life for years. "Little Mindy, Mommy's favorite girl," she says, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've always been the golden child, haven't you?" "What the hell does that have to do with anything?" I shot back, my hands curling into tight fists at my sides. "You have some nerve, showing up here and causing a scene. When was the last time you bothered to check on Mom? When was the last time you lifted a finger to help our family?" I can no longer control my frustration. "Even when you took my car the other day, you told me you were coming to see Mom, but you never showed up, and I don't even want to know where you were. When did you become such an irresponsible, selfish bitch, Alexis?" I know her response, even before she opens her mouth. "Since you caused the accident that killed Emily, Mindy." Yep, there it is again. The phrase I've heard countless times already, and she's not done. "First of all, I only used your car for an hour and I parked it exactly where it was, so don't complain." She shrugs, her eyes cold and indifferent. "As for Mom, you and I both know that she's going to die soon. Cancer is cancer, Mindy. No amount of money or special treatments are going to change that." She leans in closer. "And let's be real, sis. The sooner she kicks the bucket, the sooner we get our hands on her inheritance. I don't know about you, but I could use a little financial boost right about now." I can't believe what I'm hearing. I stare at Alexis in horror, unable to comprehend the words that come out of her mouth. Is this cold, calculating monster really my sister? The sweet, innocent girl I used to play with, the one who looked up to me with such love and admiration. I don't even recognize the woman I'm looking at. I can't believe what's become of you, Alexis. I stutter, disgusted. What happened to my sister? The Alexis who cared about something other than money and her next fix. Alexis laughs, a harsh, bitter sound that echoes off the hospital walls. Oh, grow up, Mindy. That Alexis is long gone. You killed her, along with Emily, in the accident you caused. This is all your goddamn fault. There we are again. Back to square one. She takes a step closer, her eyes glinting with a malicious sort of glee. Get this, Mindy. This is the real world, and in the real world, you do what you have to do to survive. And if that means waiting for our dear mother to finally check out so I can get my hands on my rightful inheritance, so be it. I feel like I'm going to be sick. I still can't believe what I'm hearing. This cruel, cynical, evil creature my sister has become is worse than anyone I ever encountered. You're a monster, I whisper, my voice trembling from the shock. A heartless and selfish monster who has no right to be a part of our family. What family? The one you destroyed? I don't even bother responding. Even if I did, it wouldn't change anything. It's a circular conversation that does not lead anywhere. Alexis just smirks, seemingly unaffected by anything I told her earlier. Maybe I'm a monster, Mindy. But at least I'm not a hypocrite like you. At least I'm honest about my actions instead of pretending to be a saint while selling myself to shady characters in NYC High. She leans in close, her breath hot and sour against my face. Face it, Mindy. You're no better than me. You're just better at hiding it. We both know you sell your pussy to mobsters. With that, she turns on her heel and stalks off down the corridor, leaving me alone with my thoughts and a sickening realization. A realization that maybe, just maybe, she's right. Because as much as I want to believe that I'm doing all this for the right reasons, that I'm just trying to take care of my family and keep my mother alive, I know there's another part of me that's drawn to the thrill of the forbidden. Especially if that forbidden is called Maron Korolev. But right now, that doesn't matter. I watch Alexis storm off, her venomous words still ringing in my ears. For many moments, I can't move. I can't even breathe. How is it that my sister always knows exactly what to say to make me feel even more guilty? To twist a knife in me where it hurts the most? I lean against the wall, my heart pounding so hard I'm sure it's audible from 2 rooms away. I know I can't go back to Mom like this. I can't let her see how shaken I am. So I take some deep breaths in an attempt to calm myself down. I focus on the steady beep of the machines coming from the hospital rooms and the distant chatter of the nurses. Anything to ground me in the present moment. After a few minutes, I feel a bit more composed. I straighten my shoulders, plaster a smile on my face, and make my way back to Mom's room. Did the nurse do her checks, Mom? I ask, trying to keep my voice light and cheerful. Mom nods, but I can see unease in her eyes. Yes, sweetheart. But what was that with Alexis? Is everything all right between you two? I swallow hard, fighting back the tears that have been threatening to spill over ever since my sister arrived. Nothing serious, Mom, I say, forcing a reassuring smile. Just a little sibling battle. You know how it is. And where is she now? Mom asks. I clear my throat. She had to leave. I'm sure she'll be back later. The lie nearly hurts physically, but I can't bear to add to my mother's stress right now. She has enough on her plate, and the last thing she needs is to worry about our messed-up family dynamics. I walk over to her and lean down, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. Get some rest, Mom. You'll need your strength for the next treatment. I'll check back tomorrow, okay? She nods, her eyelids already drooping with exhaustion. All right, sweetheart. Thank you for being here, for everything you do for me. I don't know what I'd do without you. I have to blink back the tears that still sting my eyes. Just a few more minutes, and I can cry in the car. I love you, Mom, more than anything in this world. I love you too, Mindy, always and forever. With one last squeeze of her hand, I turn and make my way out of the room, my heart heavy with the weight of all the secrets and lies that are piling up around me. As I walk through the hospital corridor, I can't shake the feeling that things are starting to spiral out of control. My sister's drug addiction, my mother's illness, my own entanglement with Maron and his possibly dangerous world. It's all too much, too fast. And I don't know how much longer I can keep juggling all these balls before they come crashing down on me. Chapter 28. Mindy. Finally, home sweet home. I shut the door behind me and kick off my shoes. I'm still feeling drained from the crazy showdown with Alexis, and I know it's not going away anytime soon. After leaving the hospital, I cried in the car for about 20 minutes straight. I'm probably going to do some more crying later. Emotionally exhausted is an understatement for how I'm feeling right now. As soon as I make my way into the living room, I see Betty with a look of deep concern on her face. She takes one glance at me and frowns, her forehead scrunching up. "What the heck happened, Mindy?" she asks. "You look like you saw a ghost." I shake my head, trying to avoid reliving the drama with my sister. Just the usual story with Alexis. Nothing you haven't heard before. I let out a sigh. But at least Mom is doing better. Her new treatment seems to be working. Thank goodness, Betty smiles. Looks like it was a good idea to take that New York high gig after all, huh? I give a silent nod. She has no idea that the latest treatments are paid for by Maron and not NYCI. It's probably best to keep it that way. I walk into the living room and sink into the couch, the weight of the day dragging me down between the cushions. Family drama always makes me feel like crap and leaves me totally exhausted. I close my eyes for a moment, trying to center myself. "Hey," Betty says softly, sitting down next to me. "I know you've had some rough days recently. How about we take your mind off it for a while?" She nudges me gently, a mischievous glint returning into her eyes. "There's something here that will cheer you up." I open my eyes, curiosity piquing despite my fatigue. "What do you mean?" Betty grins. "You got another package earlier," she exclaims, pointing to the coffee table. I furrow my brow as my eyes wander to the big, fancy-looking box sitting there. "What is it?" I ask, pushing myself up from the couch. Betty flashes a smile. "I don't know, but it's for you. Looks fancy as hell." I walk over to the package and take a closer look. It's all dressed up in black paper with a shiny silver bow. I touch its smooth surface, feeling a mix of thrill and butterflies in my stomach. It must be another gift from Maron. "Come on, girl, open it already." Betty eagerly nudges me. I glance at my friend as I start untying the ribbon. The paper unravels, and a slick black box is revealed underneath. I remove the lid, and a shriek escapes my lips. I stare at the contents in astonishment. Holy crap! I have to rub my eyes to make sure I'm actually seeing what I'm seeing. The black box is filled with an arsenal of toys that look like they cost a fortune. That's right, that kind of toys. There's a vibrator, fancy silk ties and masks, and even this shiny metal thing that makes my cheeks run red. Before I know it, Betty stands behind me, peering into the box. "Holy shit, girl!" she exclaims, and her face brightens up. She reaches in and pulls out a dildo. She carefully inspects it. That is one big, shiny dildo. Do you think it's going to fit? My cheeks flush. Jesus, Bets, seriously? I'm so damn jealous, Mindy. She laughs, ignoring my embarrassment. Why can't I ever get something like this? I still can't believe what I'm looking at. It's hard to believe that this was all sent to me. I shake my head. I don't know, Bets. Maybe you're just too picky. I wink at her. Betty snorts, making a dramatic movement with the dildo in her hand. Picky? I'd settle for a guy who can string 2 sentences together without mentioning his ex or his mom. Is that too much to ask? I burst out laughing and put my hands up. All right, fair point. Betty looks at the object in her hand and runs her eyes up and down its length, carefully inspecting it. This came from Maron, right? Can you think of anyone else? I knew it, Betty says, shooting me a look. He was away from the office all day yesterday, and that doesn't happen very often lately. The only logical explanation is that he spent the entire day on his computer in a frantic search for the perfect dildo. I roll my eyes. Yeah, like he's got nothing better to do. No, seriously. I can totally imagine his face contorting as he browses through adult websites. Betty continues dramatically. Trying to find the right fit for your vajayjay. Vibrant violet? Nah, let's make it royal blue. Size XL? Oh no, let's go for triple XL. We both burst into laughter. Jesus, girl, stop it. Check your messages. Betty reads out the content of a small, elegant envelope she just fished out of the box. This guy really knows how to build suspense, she remarks. My messages? On my phone? That's what it says, Betty replies, urging me to take a look. I fish my phone out of my pocket and tap the notification to pull up the incoming message.
Mindy, tonight marks our first official public appearance together. Since it's also my birthday, I am hosting a small private party at my house. Please arrive by 8 p.m. For security purposes, a taxi will pick you up from New York High. Simply drive there and leave your car in the parking lot. It has already been paid for. Please wear one of the dresses I sent to you with the previous delivery. I'd like to introduce you to some of my associates at the party. And don't forget to bring a toy of your choice.
See you tonight, MK. Betty leans over my shoulder, her eyes widening as she takes in the contents of the package again. Damn, girl. Looks like your sugar daddy is making some serious moves. Official public appearance. What does he mean by that? I feel my face heat up at her question. I should be more careful. I can't let her sniff out that Maron and I have an arrangement. Don't sugar daddy him, Bats. I giggle, trying to stir the conversation in another direction. This is different. Betty just raises an eyebrow, a knowing smirk playing at the corner of her mouth. Uh-huh. That explains why he pillaged a small adult store. I can't help but laugh. Okay. I get your point. But it's a little more complicated than that. So you're going to the party? Bet asks. I know I'm being nosy, but you have to understand this is just too damn exciting. I nod. Looks like it. To Maron Korolev's house. That's if he lives in a regular house, not some freaking extravagant mansion floating on water or something. I keep quiet. Oh, come on, Min. Enough with the secrecy already. Betty nudges and glances at the clock on the wall. It's 6:15. We better start dolling you up if you want to make it by 8. Less than an hour later, I stand beside my car with an almost flawless makeup and the red designer dress hugging me like a second skin. Betty and I attended to every detail meticulously, making me look as classy as I can be. The scent of my perfume, a heady blend of sensuality and mystery, lingers in the air around me. I must say, I'm pleased with the results. I do a final once-over before jumping in my car. Dress looks great, makeup on point, and one of the trusty dildos is tucked away in my bag for later. It's going to be a good night, Mindy. I open the door and sink into the driver's seat, reaching for the key to start the ignition. But then I remember something. A feeling of unease comes over me, making me pause. The folder. I quickly glance at the glove compartment. For a moment, I'm overcome with fear that something is wrong. Alexis was the last one to use my car. Having to be suspicious of my own sister hurts, but I can't shake it off. What if she opened the folder while she had the car? What if she took it? With trembling hands, I lean over and open the glove compartment. To my relief, the folder is there just as I left it. Everything looks exactly how it should be. I exhale as I pull the folder out. With slightly shaky fingers, I open it, my eyes scanning the contents. It appears to be in perfect order. The pages are neatly arranged, and my signature is at the bottom. Thank God. I fold up the contract, the paper crinkling under my fingers. I tuck it into my bag, right next to the dildo. The realization almost makes me laugh. It's ridiculous to think about the contents of my purse. A strange contract with a possibly dangerous man, right next to a luxury dildo. It is a strange but accurate representation of where my life is right now. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I turn the key in the ignition, and I begin my drive to New York High.
Chapter 29. Maron. She looks fucking stunning. From the top of the grand staircase, I watch Mindy emerge from the sleek black car, looking like a vision in a dress I handpicked for her. The fabric clings to her curves like a second skin, offering tantalizing glimpses of the treasures concealed beneath. Each step she takes sends arousal through my body, igniting a fire that threatens to consume me from head to toe. My woman. The chauffeur escorts her to the foot of the stairs, and she begins her ascent. The soft click of her heels on marble echoes through the foyer, like a countdown to the moment when she'll be within my reach. It takes every shred of my hard-earned self-control not to bound down those steps, sweep her into my arms, and carry her straight to my bedroom where I can worship her body and fuck her senseless. But there's a time and place for that. I force myself to wait, to savor this moment of anticipation. As she reaches the top of the stairs, I slip into the role of the debonair host, though my eyes betray my hunger as they devour her form. "You look beautiful, Ishishka," I murmur when she reaches me. A rush of warmth spreads across her face, her eyes sparkling with a mixture of innocence and desire.
"Thank you,"
she whispers, her gaze boldly taking me in my black suit.
"You don't look too bad yourself."
"You like what you see?" I tease with a smirk. She bites her lip.
"Maybe."
My body reacts instantly, my half-erect cock shoving itself against the inside of my pants. I gently take Mindy's hand and guide her into the dimly lit chamber where the party is taking place. The electricity between us is undeniable. Upon reaching the bar, I uncork a bottle of champagne. The lid comes off with a satisfying pop. I pour 2 glasses of the amber liquid, watching in satisfaction as the bubbles dance inside. I hand her 1 glass. "Let's kick off the night."
"Wait," she says. "First, I've got something for you. I want to give it to you while I'm still sober.
She reaches into her bag, pulling out a piece of paper.
Here,
she says. Finally. Exactly what I've been waiting for. I take the blue folder from her, the one holding the contract for our arrangement. I flip it open and look at the bottom where her signature is supposed to be. Miss Melinda Grace Williams, it reads. Good. Better than good. Thank you, I smirk, leaning closer and speaking into her lips. Best decision of your life. I hand her a glass of champagne. To us, I say, and raise my glass in a toast, locking my eyes with hers. To my beautiful wife. She smiles back.
I might need some time to get used to the term.
She also raises her glass, her eyes never leaving mine.
Happy birthday, Maron.
We sip the champagne, allowing the bubbles to dance on our tongues. The whole time, all I can focus on is the way Mindy's lips touch the edge of the crystal cup, and the way her throat moves as she swallows the sweet liquid. The same lips will be wrapped around my cock tonight. The thought alone makes me even harder in my pants. I place my empty glass on the table and take her by the hand. Come, I tell her, and lead the way to the dining room where the scent of gourmet cuisine fills the air, mingling with the heady aroma of expensive wines and spirits.
This looks amazing,
Mindy says when she sees the buffet table.
Smells amazing, too.
She's not wrong. The chefs have outdone themselves, laying out a feast fit for kings. Every dish is carefully selected to tantalize even the most refined taste buds. There's caviar from the depths of the Caspian Sea, its briny flavors perfectly paired with crisp champagne. Foie gras from the hills of France with a rich and buttery flavor. We also have truffles from the forests of Italy, oozing a scent of earthy decadence. But none of those things compare to the sight beside me. Mindy, dressed in her fiery red dress that clings to her, emphasizing every beautiful curve of her body. I fucking can't take my eyes off her. My desire keeps growing with each passing second. Patience, Doboyev. You've got the whole night ahead of you. As we take our seats at the table, the doors to the dining room swing open, revealing a familiar face. It's Pavel. He walks over and nods in a silent greeting, his eyes flickering briefly to Mindy with a look of appraisal.
Happy birthday, boss,
Pavel says as he lifts a glass in my direction. Spasiba, Pavel, I reply, my arm draped around Mindy's waist. You already met Mindy, my fiancée? Pavel nods at her, extending his hand to Mindy like a true gentleman. Despite the fact that my second-in-command grew up on the streets, he's doing a decent job at party etiquette. He can behave when I need him to. Behind Pavel, my brother Timofey saunters in, a glass of vodka already in hand. He's flanked by a few of my Bratva comrades.
Maron,
Timofey booms, clapping me on the shoulder.
Happy birthday, Bratok.
He looks at Mindy by my side.
I see you've brought a beautiful guest to celebrate with us.
I grin, wrapping my arm possessively around Mindy's waist. Timo, this is Mindy, my fiancée. Mindy, meet my brother Timofey.
It's a pleasure to meet you,
Mindy says, smiling shyly.
The pleasure's all mine.
Timofey's eyes widen.
Fiancé?
He looks at me.
We need to catch up more often, Maron. I feel like I'm missing out on your life. What time is the wedding? Am I even invited?
Maybe if you behave well. I smirk at my brother. Timofey lifts his glass to Mindy before looking back at me.
You know well, that's not my strong suit.
There's a moment of silence before Timofey turns and raises his glass toward the crowd of guests.
It's about damn time you settled, Maron, he shouts. We thought you'd never recover after Elena ran off.
His gesture is followed by a chorus of drunken cheers and congratulations. Obliodak. My brother can never shut the fuck up. He also has a sixth sense to say the worst possible things at the worst possible times. I chuckle, my grip on Mindy tightening slightly. I was always going to, just needed to find the right woman.
Is Maurice coming?
Timofey inquires. Sure was me, Timofey. Seriously? I shoot daggers at him. No, I respond curtly. My brother's expression turns serious.
Why not?
Excuse me, I tell Mindy. Understandably so, there's confusion on her face as she looks at me. She still has no idea that Maurice and I are related. I was going to tell her later, but I wanted her to sign the contract first. Now Timofey is fucking up my entire plan, and I don't like it. I yank my idiot brother aside, making sure Mindy can't see us. Listen, Timo, I purposely left Maurice off the guest list. We had a major fallout over his behavior. He's been acting like an irresponsible asshole. You know he's always been the family fuck-up, but recently he's exceeded his worst self. He has no place here.
I thought you two had smoothed things out,
Timofey says with eyebrows raised.
From what I've seen, Maurice has been on his best behavior lately. Even made an effort to visit Mom.
Blad. I need to shut him up before he says something even more stupid in front of Mindy. I lean in closer to his ear. All right, I'll drop the bomb, Timo. Maurice is Mindy's ex-boyfriend. They split up not too long ago because Maurice fucked up. Timofey's jaw practically hits the floor.
Holy fuck. Maurice's ex? Talk about a shitty love triangle, Blatok.
Whatever, I growl. I don't want Maurice here tonight, you understand? I don't even want him to know about this party. And you better keep your mouth shut unless you want to get your ass kicked.
Fuck. Does Maurice know that you're screwing his ex?
Timofey shakes his head. Hey, I bark. You keep your fucking mouth shut, all right? Show some respect, especially in front of Mindy. Timofey wheezes at a laugh and he holds up his hands.
All right, relax, Bratan. I won't say anything.
He motions with his right hand, showing me that he has his mouth sealed. I realize I've been grabbing the neck of his shirt as I was talking to him. I relax my grip and let go of my brother. Giving him a cold stare, I pat his shoulder. That's more like it. As the night drags on and the drinks keep flowing, Mindy's inhibitions start to slip away. Her laughter is louder now, her face flushed with a mixture of alcohol and excitement. And through it all, she remains insanely sexy. As much as I try, I can't stop my mind from being consumed with fantasies about her. I can't wait for everyone to fuck off from my house so I can slam that bedroom door shut and fuck my new fiancée until she screams my name. In a sudden burst of boldness, she leans closer to me, her warm breath tickling my ear.
I brought a few songs with me, Maron. I want to sing it for your guests.
She chuckles, whispering to me.
But mainly for you. Consider it a part of your birthday gift.
I raise my eyebrow, intrigued by her idea. A possessive part of me flares up at the thought of sharing her singing with my party guests, especially since we have some pretty prominent Bratva people present tonight. The idea of those fuckers' eyes leering at my Mindy makes my jaw tense. But I also like that Mindy is letting loose. She smiles at me with a mischievous glint in her eye. She's clearly tipsy, and that makes her even more attractive. Maybe I should allow it. It would make it even more satisfying to have her in my bed afterwards, knowing that I'm the only one who can have her.
I handpicked the tune just for you,
she encourages, trailing her fingers down my chest. Fine, I nod in approval, giving her an appreciative grin. Only a few minutes later, she's walking up to the small stage in the rear of the room, her hips swaying seductively with every step. As soon as the crowd notices her on stage, they fall silent, their eyes glued to her every move. Mindy stands behind the microphone with confidence in her posture.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen,
she says, scanning the room before her gaze lands on me. She winks at me playfully.
I have prepared a few songs for our host, who also happens to be the man of the hour.
She sweeps an arm out, keeping her eyes on me. Then she begins to sing. Music also comes through the speakers, following her low, smoky voice. It comes out as if she's trying to caress the microphone, filled with a raw sensuality that sets my blood on fire. She closes her eyes and lets the music wash over her, her body gently swaying to the rhythm. Holy Mother of God, she is beyond special. I can't take my eyes off her. She almost looks as if she's becoming one with the song, melting into its rhythm. Her face is a portrait of pure passion, dragging me along with her into the moment. I saw her perform before, but I still can't believe her talent. How is it that my former chief accountant is capable of something like this? She should have pursued a career in music instead of fucking around with boring numbers. Beside me, Timofey leans in, his breath tickling my ear.
You're one lucky motherfucker, you know that, Maron?
He murmurs, his voice laced with equal parts envy and admiration.
Elena was a keeper, but this girl, she's next level.
I nod, my eyes never leaving Mindy. I know, I murmur. My voice comes out low and rough with desire. She's in a league of her own. As the song builds to a crescendo, Mindy's voice soars. The emotion in her is palpable. At that moment, I know with a bone-deep certainty that I would do anything just to keep her by my side. My cock is painfully hard as I anticipate the sex we'll have once all the guests leave. When the final note hangs in the air and her set comes to a close, the room erupts into applause. Mindy opens her eyes, a slow, sensual smile curving her lips. She takes a bow, and as she straightens, she briefly glances at me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen,
she says with a sweet tone.
I hope you enjoyed the music.
She turns towards me with a smile and adds,
And once again, happy birthday to our wonderful host, Mr. Maron Korolev.
But as the applause dies down, I notice a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Mindy's still standing on stage, basking in the afterglow of her performance. But she must also feel the shift because her expression changes. Her eyes are wide open and her smile disappears, replaced by a look of shock and disbelief. She's looking towards the entrance of the hall we're in. I turn around to see what caught her attention. When I finally see it, my blood runs cold in a mix of shock and anger. Blood. Behind the crowd of people stands a man. Scratch that, a man-child. A swaying man-child, and the very last fucking person I want to see tonight. My wayward brother, a.k.a. Mindy's ex, a.k.a. the new COO of my organ trade business. My half-brother Maurice. Chapter 30. Maron. Maurice bursts into the room. His bloodshot eyes are wild, and his clothes are in disarray. His shirt hangs open, revealing his hairy chest and beer gut. Even his hair is in a goddamn mess. It's clear he drank his ass off. With an unsteady sway, he makes his way through the crowd, his sneer oozing with spite as he takes in the scenery before him. A mix of irritation and pity surges in me. I want to punch him square in the nose, grab him by the balls, and toss him out of my mansion. But I can't. I can't fuck up my reputation in front of my guests, not to mention that Mindy is also here. She still stands on stage, visibly shocked and confused at what Maurice is doing here. Blood. This is not how I wanted Mindy to find out that her fucked up ex-boyfriend is my own flesh and blood. A disturbing memory flashes through my mind. The naked photos she had willingly sent to Maurice. Well, she was going to. She ended up sending them to me instead. Were those photos really meant to a screw-up like my brother? How the fuck did she even put up with him for so long? A tense silence falls over the crowd. Some exchange uneasy glances, and some take a step back, creating an empty space around Maurice and me. In the corner, Pavel's eyes narrow in assessment. The once lively atmosphere has become suffocating. I grimace, trying to keep my composure in front of my guests. When Maurice sees me, he stumbles his way over to me, his eyes glazed.
"Maron, my man,"
he exclaims, his voice too loud and his breath reeking of whiskey.
"Happy fucking birthday, bro."
He scans the guests.
"Is everyone having a good time at my brother's party?"
he asks. "Maurice," I bark. My voice comes out cold and measured. "I don't remember sending you an invitation." He just laughs, like he heard a bad joke. It is a harsh, grating sound that sets my teeth on edge.
"What do you mean, bro?"
He's slurring, slinging an arm around my shoulder.
"I would never miss your big day. What kind of brother would I be if I did that?"
I shrug off his arm, my patience wearing thin. The kind who knows when he's not welcome. Maurice just grins, seemingly unfazed by my tone.
"Ah, don't be like that, Maron,"
he says. His words come out accompanied by a disgusting burp. For a moment I think he's going to throw up.
"I've only come to celebrate with you. Why is that so wrong?"
There is still an uncomfortable silence in the room. Only a few people exchange words in the back, probably talking about the unfolding drama. I don't know if I should feel embarrassed or angry as everyone stares at my drunken half-brother. What I do know is that the dining hall is full of my business associates and prominent people from the Bratva, and I cannot let this fuck up my reputation. So I remain calm and turn to Maurice, placing a hand on his arm. "Let's step outside and talk for a moment." But Maurice isn't having it. He yanks his arm out of my hand.
"I'm not going anywhere, Maron,"
he barks. He looks around the room, his eyes landing on Timofey.
"So you invited Timofey, but not me? You having a good time, Timo?"
Timofey shifts uncomfortably, his face contorting with what I recognize as disdain. He probably wants to slap Maurice as much as I do, but he's trying to act civilized.
"Maurice, go and clear your head,"
he says quietly, trying to defuse the situation.
"You're obviously drunk."
Maurice's eyes narrow, and a bitter laugh escapes his lips.
"Drunk? Yeah, I've had a few, all right,"
he spits out.
"You want to know why? 'Cause I just visited your mother."
"How does visiting her make you drunk?" I interject. Maurice shuts his eyes and lets all of his alcohol-induced feelings rise to the surface when he speaks.
Fuck, Maron, I can't bear the state she's in. She gets on your nerves, man. She asked about Cordelia at least 50 times while I was with her."
He turns back to Timofey.
"And you, Timo? Why aren't you with her? Maron said you're her main carer."
There is some motion in the room now. People either had enough of the drama or they're preparing to leave. I take the opportunity to step forward, grabbing Maurice by the arm. "All right, that's enough, Maurice. You need to leave while I'm asking you nicely." But he's still not having it. He pushes himself away from me, his eyes wild and unfocused.
"Fuck you, Maron. Stop touching me, man. Why do you want to..."
Suddenly his body tenses as he looks in the direction of the stage. He staggers towards it, his expression a little clearer than it was just seconds ago. Mindy still stands there, her face a mask of shock and confusion. Her eyes dart to Maurice, then back to me, and I can tell by the way she's staring at me that she's connecting the dots. Maurice stumbles towards the stage, shaking his head in disbelief.
So, this is why you didn't want me here, Maron?
He slurs, glaring at Mindy. His words are dripping with bitterness.
You took my woman.
Lad, so much for having a civilized party. Leave it to Maurice to fuck things up. My patience is wearing thin. I know I'll have a lot of explaining to do when I meet with my associates in the office next week. I also owe Mindy an explanation for what is happening. I just hope she'll still want to talk to me after this. But before any of that, I need to take care of my idiot brother before he causes more problems. I move closer to Maurice, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Be careful, brother. You're walking on thin ice here. But of course Maurice is not someone you just reason with, especially not when he's drunk. In a moment he turns into the man-child he is and lunges towards Mindy. His hands are stretched out, his face contorted with rage and hurt. I react instantly, moving on pure instinct. In a flash I'm between them like a human shield, protecting Mindy from my brother's drunken fury. I've had it with him. Until now, I've been trying to handle this in a civil manner, but enough is enough. I grab Maurice's arm with a grip like iron, my fingers digging into his flesh. He yelps in pain, but I don't loosen my hold. Enough, I snarl, my voice cutting through the air like a whip crack. The room falls deathly silent again. Even the guests who started to leave turn back to see what is happening. You have crossed a line, Maurice, I growl. Without a moment of hesitation, I seize his collar, twisting the fabric until it tightens around his throat. He gasps, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance.
What the fuck? The fuck are you doing, Maron?
He wheezes, clawing at my hands, trying to break free. But I'm immovable, a force of nature he can't hope to overcome. You're coming with me, dear brother, I declare, my tone broking no argument. I forcefully guide him towards the door, my grip never wavering despite his struggle. Maurice resists every step of the way, his feet dragging on the floor as he tries to plant himself.
Leave me alone, Maron,
he stammers. As we near the exit, he suddenly finds a burst of strength, wrenching his arm free from my grasp. Before I can react, he whirls around, his eyes locked on Mindy once more. The look on his face is pure, unadulterated hatred.
You're fucking my brother, huh?
He jeers, his voice dripping with disgust.
Didn't take you long to find someone after you left me, did it, you fucking slut?
The room erupts into a flurry of shocked gasps and hushed whispers. Eyes dart between Maurice, Mindy, and me. Timofey stands frozen, shaking his head, his champagne glass suspended halfway to his lips. Mindy recoils as if she's been slapped, her eyes full of hurt and disbelief. As for me, I see red. A surge of white-hot anger courses through me, pumping hot blood into my veins. It takes every ounce of self-control I possess not to lash out at Maurice and shove my fist into his face repeatedly until it's unrecognizable. But I know I would regret that later. I'll be sure to teach him a lesson in manners, but not while others can see us. Instead, I nod to Timofey, who understands me in an instant. He steps forward to open one of the side doors while I take Maurice by the arm, pushing him out with force.
Leave me alone, you piece of shit! What kind of brother are you?
He shouts at me, squirming and wiggling under my grip. But I'm not taking any more of his shit. I carry his drunk ass through the side door and shut it behind us. As the heavy door clicks shut and the sounds of the party fade, we are left in a tense silence. The hallway we're in feels claustrophobic. I take a deep breath to compose myself, but I know my eyes are still blazing with fury. Maurice leans against the wall, and for a moment, we just stare at each other. If you weren't my brother, I would have broken your arm in front of everyone, you fucking idiot, I snarl. The very reason I didn't invite you is that I didn't want to cause you pain. I was going to tell you everything later, you asshole. Maurice laughs, a harsh, bitter sound.
Tell me what? That you're fucking my woman?
I take a deep breath in an attempt to center myself. Blad. I should tell him everything that's happened since I accidentally received those photos, then kick him out of my company, my life, and whoop his alcoholic ass. But I'm a better man than that. My life is all about strategy and control, and I'm not about to lose my shit now. Besides, Maurice is responsible for the Shirkov deal, and I want his focus there. He doesn't have to know about Mindy and me, at least not yet. So I decide to choose my words carefully. She's not your woman anymore. She does whatever the fuck she wants, is all I say. My voice is calmer now, but my jaw is still clenched tight.
You fucking piece of...
Maurice, look at me. I cut him off before he says something stupid and things spiral out of control again. Mindy, she's my chief accountant at Global Media, and she happens to be a good singer. The fact that she performed for us tonight has nothing to do with you. But Maurice isn't listening. He can't. He's too drunk and impulsive.
Bullshit,
he spits, his words slurring together.
You're fucking her, aren't you? You took her away from me just like you took everything else.
Took away what? You never had anything to begin with, I snap. As for Mindy, you broke up with her from what I hear. Besides, I always wanted the best for you, no matter how much of an asshole you've become. I thought you were getting your life together, but look at you. You're fucking it all up again. Maurice laughs, a bitter, broken sound that cuts to the core.
What do you care, Maron, huh?
He asks, his voice dripping with venom.
You have everything you want. The power, the money, and now you have the girl. And what do I have? Nothing. I'm just a fucking joke to you, aren't I? The screw-up brother who can't do anything right.
My first instinct is to tell him that what he's saying is as accurate as it gets, but choose to be wiser. Giving in to my anger won't get us anywhere. That's not true, Maurice. I reach out to place my hand on his shoulder. You're my brother, and I care about you. That's why I put you in charge of the organ trade business. That's where your focus should be right now.
No!
Maurice jerks away from my touch. His eyes are still glassy, wild, and unfocused.
Fuck you, Maron,
he spits.
I don't need your fucking pity. I don't need anything from you. You're dead to me, you hear me? Dead!
He turns and stumbles down the hallway towards the exit. Well, shit. So much for my plans to handle this without causing more drama. I inhale and rub my eyes as I try to center myself. It fucks me that Maurice's bullshit still gets to me, even after all these years. Family has always been important to me, and I know I have a soft spot for him because of that. That's why I keep bailing him out of his own shit. But he's not making it easy for me. I know I have to go back inside to face my guests and the fallout from his childish outburst. And worst of all, I know I have to face Mindy. That is if she's still here. But even if she is, she's probably going to give me a hard time for not telling her that Maurice and I are related. Or worse, she'll never want to see me again. Calm down, Boboyev. She signed the contract. She's not going anywhere. I exhale a deep breath, fix my suit, and steady myself to go back inside to face whatever awaits me there. But when I finally push open the door, I'm greeted by an eerie silence. My guests are nowhere, and the place has turned into a fucking ghost town. The only person in the room is Mindy. She is hunched over in a chair, looking lost and sad as she stares at her feet. The aftermath of the party lies on the floor between us. Half-empty cups, crumpled napkins, one lonely balloon hanging on for dear life, a stark reminder of the disaster the night has turned into. Mindy looks up at me, but no words come out of her mouth. Instead, she's scrutinizing me with an expression I can't read. But as I stand there, I understand one thing. I have a lot of explaining to do.
Chapter 31. Mindy. The room is deadly quiet. Shortly after Maron forced Maurice outside, the guests picked up their stuff and left. I'm the only one sitting here, just me and my thoughts, and my embarrassment. So Maron and Maurice are brothers. The revelation hit me like a ton of bricks and left my head reeling. No two people could be more different than them. It's like comparing a sleek, dangerous panther to a bumbling, unkempt house cat. The contrast is so stark it's almost comical, especially now that I've seen them together. It's also like a cosmic joke, or a genetic lottery gone haywire. Maron, with his sharp intellect, commanding presence, and air of dangerous sophistication, seems to be cut from an entirely different cloth than my ex. Where Maron exudes power and control, Maurice, well, he seems more like a lost puppy. I understand that about Maurice now. Too bad I didn't understand that when I was with him. In my defense, he hid it quite well. I never even realized he had alcohol and gambling problems until recently. But none of that is helping the situation. As I sit here in the aftermath of my ex-boyfriend's drunken tantrum, I can't help but wonder how on earth did I end up caught between Maron and him. The only reasonable explanation I can find is that it's another twisted joke of fate. The door creaks open, and Maron's robust form enters. He walks over, settling down next to me without saying a word. The silence between us feels heavy and oppressive. "Is there something you'd like to say?" I finally ask, turning to look at him. He lets out a weary sigh, rubbing his face with his hand.
"That was my brother. Completely drunk and out of control,"
he replies. The frustration and tension are evident in his voice.
"Sorry for not telling you that we're related, Mindy. I was going to do it later, but I didn't want you to be caught up in our family drama."
"Did you know?" I ask, steeling myself for what I'm about to say. "Did you know that Maurice and I used to be together? That we broke up shortly before you and I started dating?" I whisper, watching his face carefully for a reaction. To my surprise, Maron nods.
"I did,"
he says quietly.
"And I know those photos you sent were meant for him. Except he never saw them."
My eyes widen in shock. "So you knew? This whole time you knew about my relationship with him and you never said a word?" He seems to hesitate. I never saw Maron hesitate before.
"Well," he starts, "I didn't know the details, but I knew more than I let you in on."
He pauses and looks at me.
"Maurice and I were barely in contact until recently. I knew he had a girlfriend, but I didn't realize it was you until I saw those photos."
I scoff, shaking my head in disbelief. "I had no idea you two were brothers. You're like polar opposites."
"We're half-brothers,"
Maron corrects, his voice softening.
"Maurice was only a toddler when his mother passed away. Then our father married my mother, and they had me, followed by Timofey."
"So Maurice was the third one," I comment. The sore thumb. Maron nods, searching my gaze.
"My mother loved all three of us equally, but Maurice always felt like he had no place in the family. And he would never fail to bring that up and blame me for it."
My thoughts suddenly drift to my own sister, Alexis. Being blamed is something I know a thing or two about. "What else are you not telling me, Maron?" I ask, deciding to change the subject. "First you turn out to be the head of the Bratva, and now this? What else are you going to throw at me? He stares back at me with an unfamiliar tenderness in his eyes. If I didn't know better, I would recognize it as caring. But at this point, I don't even know if I should believe my own senses. What I do know is that I can't be with a man who keeps secrets from me, no matter how much we're attracted to each other. Sexual chemistry can't be the only foundation for a relationship. Maron continues to keep his gaze on me, his expression sincere.
I hold no more secrets, he says, but there is a lot you don't know about me yet.
He's searching my eyes, like he's preparing himself for whatever I'm about to ask him next. Then tell me what I don't know, I fire back. My voice comes out more demanding than I intended. Maron stares at me for what seems like an eternity. A long silence stretches between us until he finally nods.
Fine. Where do you want to start?
Help me understand what happened here tonight, I demand. Seeing that I'm not backing off, he sighs and looks down at his feet. It's as if he's contemplating where to start. I wait, giving him the time he needs to gather his thoughts despite the fact that I'm growing impatient. I've had enough of all the secrets and the drama. It's all I've been dealing with lately, and the last thing I want right now is to be with a man who's hiding something from me. Maybe I'm acting like a demanding bitch right now, but I need to stand up for myself. If we're going to have a relationship, I need to understand the man I'm dating. Maron reaches out to hold my hand, and there's an unspoken emotion in his eyes. I can tell he has something heavy on his mind. After a deep breath, he begins talking.
You're right. Maurice was the sore thumb in the family. After our dad died, he started having problems. Got caught up in drugs, gambling, and blowing his inheritance on parties and booze. Meanwhile, I used my share to start global media.
I shake my head in disbelief. How could I have been so blind about Maurice? How was he able to hide his addictive patterns from me during our time together? Your addiction to shitty dates is admirable, Mindy. Betty's words echo in my mind. Maybe she's right. Maybe I'm intently keeping myself blind because I'm afraid to be alone. Maron shrugs and continues.
Look, I always tried my best to be there for Maurice, but instead of accepting my help, he constantly wanted to fight. Eventually, our relationship became this vicious cycle. He'd blow all his money on booze and then come crawling back to me for help. I wanted to support him, but it always ended up with me being the bad guy. So, in the end, I said screw it and walked away. We didn't talk for years. That's when he met you.
I raise an eyebrow. He seemed relatively well put together when we were dating. Maron shakes his head.
Maybe he was at the time. He was living on the money I gave him before we stopped talking. But in the end, his wallet started getting thinner, and he had to face the music. And instead of taking responsibility like an adult, he ended up in Marble Monkey.
As I watch the hard, rugged lines of Maron's face and the fierce look in his eyes, I can't help but notice the change in his demeanor as he talks about his brother. I see a whole different side to him, one filled with genuine sadness. Just like when he was talking about his late daughter. How can a man like him care so deeply about someone like my ex?
I recently hired Maurice to work for me.
Maron continues.
I made him an important member of my team, and to my surprise, he's done a good job so far. The man has brains, just doesn't know how to use it sometimes.
Alexis crosses my mind again. My once bright and beautiful sister, who is now wasting away. Addiction is a bitch, and sibling relationships aren't exactly easy. I pause before adding, I have experience.
Do you?
Maron asks, trying to read my expression. I let the silence stretch between us and decide not to go into it, at least not now. Instead of responding to his question, I ask, so now what? Is this whole situation going to cause tension between you two? Maron looks confused.
What situation?
Well, us. You and me. Maurice and I ended things not long before you and I started dating. And it all started with those accidental nudes sent to you instead of him.
Leave Maurice to me,
Maron reassures me.
As for you and me, we met while working together. It has nothing to do with my brother. And those nudes.
He pulls me close.
Thank God for that mistake.
I allow him to hold me for a minute or two. I'm not sure who leans in first. Probably me. Our lips meet in a gentle, soft embrace that quickly turns passionate and needy. In a moment, we both know what we need. For the first time, our kiss truly feels like an attempt for both of us to seek comfort and reassurance in each other. Despite my previous doubts, it feels true, genuine. Like I matter to him. Like he cares. For the first time in my life, I feel like this relationship is far more than just another one of my desperate attempts to seek comfort and safety in one of my shitty dates. This man wants me close to him just as much as I want him close to me. And what a man he is. Big, strong, and gorgeous, with a libido to match mine. In one fluid motion, he hoists me over his shoulder and strides up the hallway. My head spins as I watch the corridor turn upside down as he takes me up the stairs. When we reach the bedroom, he kicks the door open and carries me to the bed. Then he lowers me slowly, his hot breath warming my neck. His lips crash into mine once again, this time with an even more fierce hunger. Our tongues battle for dominance.
Do you have any idea how fucking gorgeous you are, Lisichka?
He murmurs between kisses. I gasp as his hands trace down my body, unzipping my dress and tossing it to the floor. I'm pulled up from the bed, and I stand before him in nothing but my bright red lace underwear. I feel his dark gaze burning my skin, devouring me hungrily. And I allow myself to revel in the seductive thrill of it all. He moves in, his rough tongue grazing my bare shoulder, sending shivers down my spine. I know I can't resist him any longer.
Tell me what you want,
he growls in a low voice, his lips brushing against my own. You, I gasp, unable to control the heat coursing through my body. He takes me in his arms, lifting me up against his hard body.
Tell me more.
I want all of you, I moan, wrapping my leg around his waist. He stops and pulls away from me, and in one swift motion he removes my bra and captures my erect nipple in between his teeth. I cry out in pleasure and pain as he expertly works his way around my breasts. His hands slide down to my panties, and with one hand supporting me, he uses the other to explore my wet sex. I feel myself being consumed by sheer ecstasy as he fingers me forcefully without restraint. Our bodies move in a primal rhythm, our skin slapping together. As he gazes into my eyes, unleashing his dark desires upon me, I realize once again, Maron Korolev is no average man. He may not be right for me in any conventional sense, but our connection is something I've never experienced before. In this moment of passion, it would be wrong to deny any of it.
Mindy,
he growls hungrily, his lips curling into a wicked smile.
You have no idea how much I want you.
Before I know it, his teeth are sinking into my flesh, marking me as his. I gasp in the exhilarating mix of pleasure and pain, surrendering to him completely. He then tosses me onto the bed like a rag doll, positioning me with my legs over his shoulders. My body trembles in anticipation. He falls back onto his knees, hungrily tracing the tip of his throbbing cock through my slick folds. I gasp as he rubs it against my sensitive clit, sending waves of pleasure up and down my spine. His cock teases my swollen clit, driving me closer to the edge already. My body craves release, but I bite my lip to hold it back. He begs for entry, and I feel my body giving him way. With a slow, almost torturous push, he enters me, and our bodies become one. He grips my legs and plunges deeper, causing me to moan in ecstasy. Maron, I call out his name, desperate for more. It only urges him to plow harder into me. Ah, I cry out. You're so big, Maron. He thrusts my legs up higher, penetrating so deep into me that I begin to see stars. We are both panting, letting out guttural moans of pleasure. Boże moje lisiczka, he growls in my ear. Do you feel how deep I am? Yes, I pant. Fuck, yes, Maron.
Do you know?
Thrust.
How many times?
Thrust.
You made me come. Thrust. Thinking about you.
Thrust.
Perfect, creamy cunt.
He bites down hard on my ear.
I want to fuck you hard and come inside you over and over again.
My eyes find the mirror on the wall, and I watch our bodies move together in a primal dance of lust. Maron's muscular thighs are spread wide, his dark skin glistening with sweat. The sight is a sensory overload, and I cry out as waves and waves of pleasure crash over me. He smirks as he pounds into me.
Squeeze me.
He pants, thrusting even harder and faster. Our eyes lock in an intense gaze as I comply, clenching around him with almost all of my strength. His lip curls in appreciation as he urges me on.
Harder.
I squeeze tighter, feeling the power behind my actions send tingles through my body and down to my core until we both reach our peak. I feel myself spasm around his cock. My muscles begin to tense and my vision darkens. The force at which he releases his load almost hurts. 1,000 little explosions go off in front of me, like an impressive show of fireworks. My entire body is shaking from my orgasm, making me lose my grip on reality for what seems like an eternity. The next thing my mind can comprehend is Maron's hands dropping to the bed as he grunts, coming down from his own high. Holy freaking shit. Sex with Maron is unlike anything I've ever experienced before. We lay there for a while, just enjoying each other's presence. Eventually, it is Maron who breaks the silence.
Did you bring the toy?
He asks. I nod, then reach over to my bag. Let's christen it.
I agree.
He smirks, placing a few gentle kisses on my belly. My tits perk up at the sudden impulse, and I can feel my pussy getting wet again. Mere minutes after my last orgasm, I'm all ready for him. Maron grips the pulsating vibrator and holds it against my swollen folds, massaging my clit in slow circles. The first jolts of pleasure move through my body like electricity. In less than 2 minutes, I can feel my orgasm starting to build, until I'm on the brink of ecstasy once again. Maron understands me without words and knows how to pick the right moment. With expert precision, he presses the toy against the right spot, igniting a fiery explosion of pleasure. Shit, shit, shit. Maron? I cry out, succumbing to the intense sensation coursing through me.
Come for me, baby.
He commands with desire in his eyes, watching me as I have yet another mind-blowing, squirting orgasm. My thighs are shaking out of control as my juices shoot all over the bedsheet and Maron's bare chest. I'm certain that Maron's cleaners will know exactly what went down here, but I don't care. My entire body is washed away by the force of my climax, until the only thing left of me is a whirling mass of ecstasy. Oh my God, I pant, burying my damp face in Maron's chest. I can't. I blabber. Maron's strong arms wrap around me, pulling me closer to his chiseled body. His lips brush against my ear as he whispers, "Stay in my house, Mindy." His deep voice sends a shiver down my spine, making me melt into his touch like butter. "Stay here with me." I start to protest, but "We have a contract, remember?" he says gently. "The safest way to honor that is for you to stay here, under my protection." I'm not in the mood to ask who or what I need protection from and why. I just want to enjoy Maron's warm body, his muscles, his soft and trimmed pubic hair, and his rugged scent. Betty comes to mind, and I feel a twinge of sadness. If I move in with Maron, I won't see her as often. No more casual midnight chats and gossip sessions. We won't be calling each other for backup on disastrous dates. I already miss her. But I guess I can still visit her, maybe even sleep over. It's not like I'm locking myself in a prison. And what am I supposed to do while I live? I inquire.
"Well, technically you are still under the employment of global media,"
he responds, tracing patterns on my exposed skin with his fingers. Oh, really?
"No need for you to come into the office. You can work from your new home."
Doing what? He turns towards me.
"Mindy, listen. I'm going to need your financial expertise very soon. You are the only one I can trust with this task."
I furrow my brow, my curiosity piqued. With what task? A mischievous smile appears on his lips.
"We're launching a new product soon, something called Tremoxin."
Sounds like a medicine.
"Exactly,"
he smirks.
"It's the medicine of the future."
My eyes widen in surprise. Since when is global media involved in the pharmaceutical industry?
"Since I realized I have a diamond in my hand,"
he says. His hand moves to caress my breasts.
"I'll explain everything later," he murmurs. "But let's get some rest first. It's been a long day."
Chapter 32. Mindy. My bladder wakes me up in the middle of the night. Still half asleep, my first instinct is to reach for Maron's comforting presence. But the space next to me is cold and empty. I open my eyes, and when they finally get used to the darkness, I realize he's not in bed. Feeling a sense of unease, I glance at the clock. 1:46 a.m. I wait a few minutes, assuming he's gone to use the bathroom. But when he doesn't return, I get up. I walk to the bathroom door and turn on the light. He's not there either. After taking care of my needs, I crawl back into bed, but sleep eludes me. Where could he have gone in the middle of the night? I slide from beneath the covers, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet. I reach for my pink silk robe, drawing it around my body like a protective shield. On a whim, I grab my phone from the nightstand, slipping it into the pocket of my robe. The mansion is dark and silent as I step out into the hallway. The only sound I hear is the soft padding of my footsteps on the polished floors. The corridors stretch out before me like a labyrinth, a maze of twists and turns that seem to go on forever. I wander aimlessly, the feeling in my heart growing heavier with each passing moment. The grandeur of Maron's home, which had seemed so inviting and luxurious in the light of day, now feels cold and somehow foreboding. Cordelia! I jump at the sound. It is coming from not too far from me. Cordelia? The voice rings out again. It sounds shaky and elderly, and it's moving closer to me.
"My dear, Are you here?
Shit. What are you doing out here anyway, Mindy? I should just go back to the room and wait for Maron to come back to bed. But when I turn a corner, I shriek as I almost bump into an elderly woman. She is half dressed in an open gown with a dragging belt. She notices me and moves closer. Her cloudy eyes peer at me, but they light up with hope when she recognizes me.
Cordelia,
she whispers, her voice trembling with a mix of desperation and confusion.
Is it really you, my dear?
My heart is hammering against my chest as I try to make some sense of this strange encounter. I'm sorry if I scared you. I'm not Cordelia. I manage, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the vast emptiness of the hallway. My name is Mindy. The woman blinks, her brow furrowing as if she's trying to make sense of my words.
Mindy,
she echoes, her tone laced with disappointment.
But you look so much like her. So much like my sweet Cordelia.
That is when understanding dawns, and it hits me like a ton of bricks. Cordelia. I recognize the name. She is Maron's daughter who passed away. So this elderly woman can only be Maron's mother, looking for her granddaughter. Can it be possible that she has no idea that her granddaughter died a long time ago? I really don't know what to say to her. I'm just about to take her hand and guide her back to her room when suddenly I hear a sound from the other end of the corridor. Footsteps. Heavy, purposeful, drawing closer with each passing second.
Mother,
a familiar voice calls out, and I feel a jolt of recognition. It's Timothy, Maron's brother. Maron introduced us to each other at the birthday party. He takes a step towards us, his eyes flickering between the old woman and I.
Hey, Mindy. Sorry for the confusion.
He looks at the lady.
Moja dorogaya, mama. Let's get you back to your room. It's the middle of the night.
Who are you? She asks Timothy. He shakes his head.
Fuck, mama. You're confused again. I'm your son.
He gently takes her by the arm and sighs.
Sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm just sleepy. Let's go back to your room.
But the old woman shakes her head and stares at me. Her eyes are wide with desperation and excitement.
Cordelia is here,
she insists, her voice trembling with a childlike petulance.
We can't just leave her here.
Timothy glances at me and sighs.
Davaya, Mama, don't be stubborn,
he says gently, reaching out to take her arm.
She's not Cordelia. Her name is Mindy, and she is,
He hesitates for a second.
Maron's wife.
Maron's wife. The words feel strange and pleasant at the same time. I glance at Timothy as he stands there, looking pretty clueless about what to say to his mother, and a thought crosses my mind. Since the old lady is so convinced that I'm Cordelia, I decide to have a little play with her. Maybe it will calm her down. I step closer and look into her eyes, patting her hand reassuringly. Yes, I am Cordelia, I tell her, trying to keep my voice as soothing and childlike as possible. Looks like those vocal control lessons I took when I was a kid are proving to be useful in more ways than just one, because the old lady visibly calms down. When she looks at me intently, I add, I'm going to bed now, Grandma. You should rest too. I even pretend to yawn for maximum efficiency. I gently pat her shoulder, and my heart aches for her. She's so frail and confused. Timofey will take you back to your bedroom. I wave at her. Good night, Grandma. I'll see you tomorrow, I say, punctuating it with another yawn. She looks at me and her lips curl into a smile. For a short moment, she looks like she's found her way back here from a faraway dimension.
Ah, good,
she replies, visibly relieved.
See you tomorrow, my dear."
With that, she turns and starts walking away, muttering,
"Cordelia, my dear child."
Timofey looks at me with confusion in his eyes.
How did you do that? My mother has been so stubborn lately. I haven't seen her so calm and obedient for a long time."
He scrutinizes me.
"Thanks, Mindy."
I give him a half smile. Sometimes all it takes is a little understanding. Timofey's gaze runs over my pink silk robe with a knowing glint. I feel a flush of embarrassment, realizing that he must know I've spent the night with Maron.
"Were you looking for something?"
he asks.
"Can I help?"
"Oh, it's all right," I managed. "I was just looking for Maron, but I think I know where he is." It's a lie, of course. I have no clue where Maron is, and why he disappeared from bed in the middle of the night. Timofey nods, his expression unreadable.
"I see,"
he says, his tone carefully neutral.
"Well, good night, then."
He hesitates for a moment, his gaze searching mine.
"I'll go check if my mother found her way back to the bedroom."
As Timofey disappears into the darkness of the corridor, I heave a sigh. This was bizarre. Just shows how life can be both brutal and beautiful at the same time. My thoughts drift to my own mother, and tears begin to form in my eyes. Feeling sleepy and somewhat frustrated, I decide to go back to the bedroom. Maron might already be back himself, wondering where I could be. I don't even know what I was doing out here looking for him. I should have stayed in bed and waited for him to come back on his own. I pivot on my foot, prepared to backtrack and seek refuge in the comfort of the bedroom. Walk a few feet in the direction I came from, then turn left, a few more feet straight, then a right. And then, with each step I take, I begin to realize that I have no clue where I came from. I take another right and find myself somewhere completely unfamiliar. Way to go, Mindy. Lost in the middle of the night in the Bratva boss's palace. But what's done is done. I silently curse myself for leaving the bedroom, but the situation speaks for itself. I'm hopelessly lost in this labyrinth of corridors. I look around and nothing seems familiar anymore. I must have reached a part of the mansion where I haven't been before. The wide open spaces seem to stretch out impossibly before me, like a never-ending maze of identical hallways and closed doors. I turn down one hallway, then another, my anxiety increasing with every unfamiliar corner and dead end. Unbelievable. I stop again and stand there like an idiot, trying to figure out how on earth I'm going to get back to the bedroom. That is when I hear someone speak. Finally, a real person. Maybe they can help. The voice belongs to a man, or men. It is barely audible first, coming from behind a closed door. There are also thuds. Then there's another man's voice that sounds familiar. I recognize Pavel's deep baritone. Bingo. I creep closer to the door, hoping that Pavel will save my ass and guide me back to where I came from. But as I get closer and closer to the source of the sound, I begin to hesitate. Something in me is telling me this isn't such a good idea after all. But before I can think better of it, my ear is pressed against the heavy wooden door. I strain to hear over the pounding of my heart. There are several men in the room. There is one voice groaning in pain, while the rest shout in anger. The words are difficult to make out, but I can hear the anger and frustration in Pavel's tone.
"What the fuck were you thinking, Oleg?"
I hear him say.
"You know you're not allowed to drink on duty."
Another thud rings out. "Ah!" a voice cries.
"Пожалуйста, Pavel, don't hurt me."
The next moment, the door swings open and a man storms out. His footsteps echo down the empty corridor as I stare after him. I hold my breath in my throat as I try to hide in a dark corner, praying he didn't spot me. But the door is now open enough for me to take a peek inside, and what I see makes my blood run cold. A naked man is bound to a chair. His face is a pulpy mess of blood and bruises. He slumps in despair, resigned to the agony that awaits him. I recognize Pavel as the man who looms over him. The air crackles with tension as Pavel prepares to unleash his brutal wrath upon the helpless man. But it's the figure standing in the corner that makes my heart stop in my chest. No. Maron is watching the scene unfold with a detached, almost bored expression on his face. His arms are crossed over his chest, and his posture is relaxed. It's as if the brutality playing out before him is nothing more than a mildly interesting diversion, a way to pass time. Oh, my God. I feel a wave of nausea rising in my throat as a sense of horror and disbelief washes over me. This can't be happening. This can't be the man I'm falling for. And the man I've just agreed to move in with, leaving my life behind to play the role of his wife?
What the fuck did you expect, Oleg?
Maron seethes, dripping with disdain.
A pat on the back and a bouquet of flowers. That ship was carrying millions worth of cargo, you idiot. I'm sorry, boss. I know it was foolish.
The man in the chair cries.
Sorry isn't going to bring my cargo back, Mudak.
Maron snaps.
But if you tell us exactly what happened, you just might survive. Now start talking.
I feel like I'm going to be sick. I continue to listen, barely believing what I'm witnessing. It's like I'm in a bad dream. I even pinch my arm to wake myself up. Unfortunately for me, it doesn't work.
Oleshka had a son born,
Oleg mumbles, his split lip dribbling blood down his chin.
My deputy captain, he opened a bottle of vodka and we celebrated. You know how he is, boss. More of the crew members joined, and we had a few too many.
Maron's eyes narrow, his jaw clenching with barely contained rage. I can see the fury simmering beneath the surface.
And,
he urges Oleg.
There was some girls working on the ship,
Oleg continues.
And, well, you know, we were drunk, and by the time I woke up, it was too late. I tried to steer us away from the iceberg, but Mnie okanzal pakan. Please forgive me.
Maron scoffs and says something to Pavel in Russian. All I see is that the man named Oleg drops his head and his shoulders slump in defeat. The room falls silent, and the weight of the last spoken words hang heavy in the air. For a long moment, no one speaks, no one moves. And then, like a coiled snake unleashing its venom, Maron strikes. He's across the room in an instant, his hand wrapping around Oleg's throat. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage.
You stupid, selfish, pathetic piece of shit, he roars. Do you have any idea what you've done? What it's going to cost me?
He kicks him, and Oleg hisses in pain.
Of course you fucking don't.
Oleg doesn't say a word. Not that he could with Maron's hand around his throat. He gasps and sputters, his eyes bulging as he tries to claw at Maron's iron grip. But there's no mercy in those cold, ruthless eyes, no hint of compassion or forgiveness.
I trusted you,
Maron snarls, his fingers tightening around Oleg's windpipe.
I gave you one fucking job. Get the ship from A to B. Paid you more money than you deserve. And you decided that having drunken sex with a whore was more important than doing your fucking job.
He leans in closer, his lips nearly brushing against Oleg's ear. He shakes his shoulder.
You've ruined everything, you asshole. And now you're going to pay the price.
With a final brutal squeeze, Maron tightens his hold around Oleg's throat. It all happens quicker than my mind can comprehend. All I hear is a noise that sounds like a crack, and Oleg stops moving. Then Maron releases his grip, letting Oleg's body slump to the ground. He then turns to Pavel, his expression as cold and hard as granite. "Get rid of the body," he orders, his voice flat and emotionless. Oh, dear God. This can't be real. I can't believe what I just witnessed. My stomach lurches violently, and I clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. My whole body is shaking, and cold sweat is breaking out across my skin. The world around me feels unsteady, and I have to brace myself against the wall to not faint. Pavel nods to Maron, his expression impassive.
"Consider it done, boss."
He reaches for Oleg's broken body, and he starts to drag him towards the door. I should run while I can, but I can't get my legs to move. So I lean against the wall and sink down to sit on the floor. I'm at a point where I don't even care if Maron sees me. He can come and break my neck too, for all I care. Maybe everything would be much simpler that way. Betty was right. How could you have been so stupid, Mindy? Are you really so blind and naive? He even told you that he's the head of the Bratva. What the hell did you expect, goddammit? The bottom line is, Maron showed his true colors tonight. The man who swept me off my feet with his power and magnetic presence is a cruel monster. A notorious criminal. A ruthless, calculating mob boss who will stop at nothing to protect his empire and his profits. Even if he has to torture and kill people. He wasn't just born into the Bratva. He is the Bratva. I guess Betty's gossips are true, after all. Global media is nothing more than a smokescreen to hide the brutal reality of Maron's real business, whatever that is. Drugs, weapons, maybe even human lives traded like cattle. And what about that launch he was talking about? Tremoxin. Is that a part of his illegal activities too? I still feel sick. It's like the ground is shifting beneath my feet and the walls are closing in around me. How? How could you allow yourself to be involved in this, Mindy? The signs were all there. The red flags waving in the wind. The mysterious disappearances, the hushed conversations, the air of danger and secrecy. All of those things cling to Maron like a second skin. I should have seen it coming. I should have trusted my instincts, listened to the warnings in my head screaming at me. But I didn't. Why? Because my body, my heart, and my stupid libido betrayed me. All I saw was the sexy, powerful man pulling me in like a magnet. And now? Now I'm in the midst of a criminal organization. And I'm not sure I can ever escape from it. Chapter 33. Mindy. I can't stay here. Just thinking about being stuck here with Maron makes me sick. Who is he anyway? Do I even know him? I signed a contract without really knowing who I was getting involved with. I need to get the hell out of here, ASAP, no matter what. But first I must find the exit, because I still have no idea where I am and where I came from. My heart is beating 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I can't catch my breath as I'm wandering these crazy hallways. This goddamn maze is never going to let me out. How long has it been since I left the bedroom anyway? Must be over an hour, maybe 2. Is Maron back to bed, looking for me? The thought makes me sick. I turn one corner then another, my eyes scanning desperately for any sign of an exit or any hint of a way out. But there's nothing here except an endless sea of closed doors and dimly lit corridors stretching out before me. Still desperate, I start to descend a random set of stairs. My feet carry me down and down into the bowels of the mansion, Maybe there's a staff exit here, I think to myself. Maybe I can find a way out through the service quarters and slip away unnoticed in the chaos of the kitchen or the laundry room. But as I emerge into the cellar and take in the sight of the damp stone walls and the low, oppressive ceilings, I realize that I've only succeeded in getting myself even more lost. Shit. The cellar is a maze of its own, a twisting, turning labyrinth of storage rooms and utility closets. I pass a kitchen and laundry room, looking for a door that could lead somewhere, anywhere, out of this place. But it's no use. Every turn I take, every door I try only leads me deeper into the maze. As I wander through the damp, chilly labyrinth of the cellar in my silk robe that provides very little protection against the biting cold, I feel a new sensation rising up within me. I need to pee again. Didn't I go just an hour ago? Has it been longer? Not that it matters much. I have to find a bathroom soon. I start opening doors at random, my desperation mounting with each fruitless attempt. A storage room, a utility closet, a wine cellar. But not one damn bathroom. If I can't find one soon, I'll have no choice but to pee on the floor. The thought alone is humiliating. I open the next door and heave a sigh of relief. It's a cramped little bathroom shoved in the basement corner. Unlike the fancy bathrooms upstairs, it only has a dim light bulb and a grimy sink that probably hasn't been touched in ages. But it's a bathroom nevertheless. At this point, I'll take what I can get. I rush inside, slam the door behind me, and fumble with my robe to get it open. I then sit on the toilet and let out a shuddering sigh as I empty my bladder. I even close my eyes for a moment to savor the sensation of release. But my relief is short-lived. As I straighten up and move to the sink to wash my hands, I feel a new sensation rising up within me. Nausea. But not just any nausea. This is an overwhelming, all-consuming nausea. I barely have time to lean back over the toilet. Before I know it, I'm retching wildly as my stomach brings up the contents of my gut. A minute later, it happens again. More vomiting. All while gasping, choking, my eyes streaming with tears. It must be the stress. The terror, the adrenaline, and the horror of what I've just witnessed. I cling to the toilet like a lifeline, my knuckles white and my breath coming in ragged gasps. It takes about 10 minutes for my nausea to subside. Once I'm feeling better, I quickly clean myself up at the sink and focus my mind on my main mission. Get the hell out of this mansion. I wipe my face with the edge of my robe and approach the door to open it. But to my dismay, it won't budge. I make another effort, but to no avail. Shit. I'm washed over by a feeling of unease once again, but I convince myself it must be a temporary malfunction. Or maybe I just have to push a little harder. So I try again, but the handle remains immovable. It is clear that the door is locked from the outside. I'm hopelessly trapped. Damn it, Mindy. With growing apprehension, I hurry to the tiny window, desperate for some kind of help. I pound on the glass with my fist, hoping to catch someone's attention outside. It is a silly idea at this time of night, but it's not like I have too many other choices. As I inspect the window more closely, I realize it's purely decorative. There's no mechanism to open it. Feeling discouraged, I go back to the door and try turning the knob again, but it remains stubbornly locked. I lean against the door and give the knob a final, forceful twist. Nothing. No. I slump back onto the toilet, cradling my head in my hands. I inhale deeply, trying to regain composure, but my heart races and my hands tremble uncontrollably. This is a disaster, just like my whole life. Time just stretches endlessly as I sit there motionless, trying to figure out my next move. What the hell do I do now? Having no other option, I spend the rest of the night perched on the toilet. Sleep is out of the question. My mind continues to race, replaying the horrors I've witnessed over and over again. Countless scenarios of what would happen if Maron discovers I'm missing flash through my mind. The cold, hard porcelain under my butt becomes my unwelcome companion as hours crawl by at an agonizing pace. Every creak and groan of the old house makes me jump, my heart leaping into my throat. Is it Maron coming to find me? Or worse, has he sent one of his henchmen to take care of the problem? The darkness and the uncertainty feel oppressive, closing in around me like a shroud. As the first weak rays of dawn begin to filter through the tiny frame, I feel a glimmer of hope. Surely someone will come to clean or use this bathroom soon, right? I stand on shaky legs, my muscles protesting after hours of inactivity as I peer out the window. The world outside seems surreal in its normalcy. Dew glistens on manicured lawns. Birds chirp their morning songs, completely oblivious to the nightmare unfolding within these walls. I press my face against the glass, desperate for any sign of a potential savior. As I gaze outside, looking for anyone who might be able to help, I notice the gardener trimming the lawn. At last, a human being! It is a man in his 50s with a full bushy mustache and skin weathered by the sun. Clad in a green polo shirt and khaki shorts, his muscular arms guide the lawnmower back and forth across the grass. His movements are precise and systematic. I can hear the hum of the motor through the glass, which means he should also be able to hear me if I scream loud enough. "Hey!" I yell, pounding on the window to gain his attention. But the deafening sound of the lawnmower drowns out my cries. The man appears unaware of my presence, focused solely on his task. I keep yelling and knocking on the window as loud as I can, but to no avail. The man gradually moves to another area and soon he vanishes from sight. This is it, the end of the line for me. I'm going to rot here, trapped in this invisible cell reeking of urine. What an absurd way to go. Absurd, just like my entire life. My self-deprecating thoughts are interrupted by the distant sound of a vehicle, so I glance out the window once more. There's the guy again. This time he's perched on top a polished, ride-on lawnmower. Its thunderous engine overpowering all other sounds. The noise reverberates through the air with each pass across the lawn, causing birds to flee from the trees in protest. When he finally brings the vehicle to a momentary halt, I strike the window with my fist as forcefully as I can. He looks up. I continue to jump and wave my hands frantically. "Help!" I yell, hoping he can finally hear me. But my heart sinks as I watch him disappear once more. I attempt to call out for help again, but my voice emerges as a stifled cry. Unable to contain my emotions any longer, I crumple to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't believe this. How on earth did I get myself into this mess? What is it about me that attracts these bizarre life scenarios? Am I a part of some twisted cosmic joke? Just when I think things couldn't possibly get any worse, I hear a scratching sound from across the door. Someone with a key must be outside. The scratching continues, and my eyes light up as the door swings open, revealing the gardener, who had been working on the grounds. "Oh my God, thank you," I croak out through tears of relief. "I accidentally locked myself inside." The man doesn't say a word, but gestures for me to follow him. So I push myself up, and I gratefully do so. We exit the bathroom, and he starts leading me towards a different staircase than the one I used before. "Please," I plead as we move through the maze-like corridors. "I need to get out of here. Can you show me the exit?" The man glances at me and points toward the gate without uttering a word. Then he gestures to me to follow him. When we get to the gate, he takes a huge keychain out of his pocket and opens the massive metal door with a creak. He then turns to me and speaks only 3 words.
Go. Dangerous here.
Yeah, right. You can say that again. Please, I beg him, my voice still trembling. Please do not tell anyone about this. He gives me a slight nod, then urges me to leave. Once I'm outside, he closes the gate and walks back to resume his duties. Holy shit. I'm out. I made it. I take a quick look around and move across the street, away from the mansion, before anyone else sees me. As soon as there's a safe distance between me and Maron's property, I call an Uber. I silently congratulate myself for bringing my phone with me before sneaking out of the bedroom. The pink gown I'm wearing is crumpled from the night at the toilet, but I don't care. All I want is to go home and get some rest. I glance at my phone and see multiple missed calls from Maron. He's clearly looking for me already, but after spending the entire night huddled on the cold bathroom floor, too exhausted to move, I can't deal with it right now. I'm relieved to see my Uber pull up to the curb. It's a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. I managed to find my way out of that maze of horrors and lies and escaped successfully. As I slide into the back seat of the car, I feel a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, I can put this nightmare behind me, at least for now. I don't care about the curious glance the driver gives me as he takes in my disheveled appearance and my silk robe. I don't even care about the fact that I must look like a madwoman or a witch that just emerged from her underground cave. All I care about is getting to the safety of my cozy home, and as far away from Maron and his world as I possibly can. As the car pulls away from the curb and the mansion recedes in the rearview mirror, I allow myself to close my eyes and just breathe. I allow the exhaustion, the terror, and the feeling of relief wash over me like tidal waves. I'm tired, drained, dehydrated, and utterly spent from the long night I spent alternating between being huddled on the bathroom floor and sitting on the toilet seat. All I can think of is going home, crawling into my bed and sleeping until the world makes sense again. "Miss, we've arrived." The driver's voice jolts me awake. I must have drifted off on the way here. I stumble out of the car and through the doorway of my apartment, feeling the weight of the night fall off my shoulders. Betty has already left for work. The silence and the emptiness that would usually make me feel lonely now feels like a sanctuary. I head straight to the bathroom, throw the pink robe onto the floor, and step into the shower. As the hot water washes over me, I can't help but feel endlessly grateful for the place I call home. Finally clean, I wipe myself dry and collapse into my bed. I burrow deeper into the covers, trying to lose myself in the comfort and safety of my sheets. For many minutes, I toss and turn, but sleep won't come. It must be one of those moments when I'm simply too stressed and exhausted to fall asleep. The bright daylight that streams through the windows isn't helping either. Frustrated, I decide to reach for my phone. I know I should put it down, get some rest, and deal with Maron and everything that's happened later. But a part of me is screaming at me to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. After some thinking, I open a new message and start typing. "Maron, I have reconsidered your offer and have decided to decline. Please consider the contract null and void. I am sure you will find someone better suited to your needs. I'm sorry if this comes as a surprise, but my decision is final. Please do not attempt to find me. Mindy." My finger hovers over the send button, hesitating for a moment. But then, with grim determination, I hit it. I watch as the message disappears, winging its way toward Maron Korolev's phone. It's done. As I place the phone back on the nightstand, a feeling of closure floods through me. I have made my decision. I did the right thing. I try to remind myself that the worst is behind me, but somehow it doesn't ring true. There's still a gnawing feeling in the back of my mind, telling me that the worst is yet to come. I decide to ignore it, blame it on the stress. Finally, my eyelids close and I drift into a deep, dreamless sleep.
Chapter 34. Maron. "What do you mean, no alcohol?" I roar, my voice echoing through the dimly lit lab hidden in the bowels of Moscow's industrial wasteland. After that motherfucker Oleg sank my entire Tramoxine shipment to the bottom of the ocean, I knew I had to take matters into my own hands. So I flew here on my own under the darkness of the night, only sending a cryptic text to Pavel about my whereabouts. I'll fill Mindy in later. I have no clue where she left and why, but I had no time to look for her. I'm sure she's still in the mansion somewhere. I'll go talk to her as soon as I'm back. I'm only spending a few hours in Moscow anyway before I'll fly back to NYC. "How am I supposed to sell this shit then?" I bark at Igor, my main chemist. "My buyers won't touch it if they can't drink while using it. They're not looking for some pansy-ass pill. They want their booze." Igor stares back at me, seemingly unfazed by my anger.
"Then they will miss out on the perks of Tramoxine," he says coolly. "Sacrifices must be made for success, even if it means giving up alcohol during the treatment."
He pauses. Igor knows better than to bullshit me.
"Look, boss, I'm only sharing the results of our tests with you," he explains. "Alcohol interacts with the active ingredients of Tramoxine. It throws everything off balance, no matter how much we tweak the formula."
"Bullshit, Igor. You know the rules. I pay you handsomely for a reason."
"And I am grateful for the opportunity you gave me every day, Pakan. But I can't mess with biology, no matter how much you pay me. It's the two main components and their chemical reactions to alcohol. The only solution would be to change the main components, but that would also mean we are taking away everything that makes the medicine effective. The patients simply cannot drink alcohol while they're taking Tramoxine. We can't risk any accidents because that would immediately ruin the reputation of the drug. You know that, boss."
Blad. I suppress my anger and rub my eyes as I take in Igor's words. He makes a good point, but this is still a problem. A big one. If my clients can't drink their booze while undergoing Tramoxine treatment, it means they simply won't buy the medicine. They will choose their vodka instead of healing their fucking PTSD, their trauma, or whatever the fuck is plaguing their mind. And what happens if some dumbass decides to take a pill with a shot of vodka? I ask Igor, my eyes narrowing.
"They'll be dead before they hit the ground,"
Igor replies bluntly.
"That's it, boss. Even a small amount of alcohol mixed with Tramoxine can be lethal. Saw it myself during the trials. Every mouse we tested with booze died."
"Servos me, Igor," I curse. "That's bad fucking news." I sigh and stop in an attempt to regain my composure. "What if you take it without booze? Does it work as promised?" I ask. An enthusiastic smile spreads across Igor's face, pride glinting in his eyes.
"Better than we ever dreamed, Pakan,"
he says, gesturing to the data on the screen behind him.
"The latest trials blew our minds, boss."
"Give me the details, then."
"Lots of improvements since our last conversation,"
Igor says, plunging into a long rant about various forms of data, numbers, and scientific jargon I don't fully understand. I'm no scientist, but lucky for me I don't need to be. That's why I pay Igor and his team as well as I do. By the time he gets to the end of his rant, my head is reeling from the information he dumped on me. All right. I gesture for him to stop his never-ending lecture. "Can you give me a summary of your findings in a few simple sentences?"
Sure. Sorry, boss. I'll keep it short,"
he says, holding up his hand defensively.
"So we ran a series of tests on people who have been suffering from severe insomnia for years. And believe it or not, they slept like babies after just a week's treatment. What's even better is that their symptoms have not come back since. This was 2 weeks ago."
"Perfect," I sneer. "I know a horde of desperate bastards would sell their soul for a good night of sleep."
You haven't even heard the best part, boss, Igor continues. We also tested Tramoxine on a group of war veterans struggling with PTSD and alcoholism for years. After 10 days on Tramoxine, they were completely sober and their PTSD symptoms started to fade away.
That's something. I pat him on the shoulder. My previous frustration about the alcohol issue is finally starting to dissipate. The results are better than I expected. Not just better, they're great. Have you tried Tramoxine on yourself, Igor? I ask.
Not yet.
He answers, then pauses.
But I did on my son, Misha. He's autistic. It's been a struggle since he was 2 years old, and now he's 13.
I look at Igor expectantly. And?
The results are remarkable, boss. After taking the first pill, Misha slept through the night. No more shouting and jumping on the couch or waking up his siblings. Just peaceful sleep.
My eyes widen in amazement as I listen to my chief scientist talk. This is indeed truly remarkable.
After less than a week, Misha made eye contact with us, he continues. It's something he hadn't done since birth. He's been on the pill for less than 2 months.
He stops, and I see something glistening in the corner of his eyes.
And since then, his social skills have improved drastically. He plays with his siblings and is learning to be cooperative. It's safe to say that Tramoxine has rewired his brain.
Igor sniffs and pauses, as if he's contemplating his next words.
Sorry, boss, he says. I don't mean to make this personal, but ever since Misha was born, my entire life has been about finding a treatment for autism, he says, his voice cracking. And I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to do so.
I nod, and his face quickly returns to its emotionless state.
As long as the dosage is correct and no alcohol is consumed with it, Tramoxine will change everything. This is a game changer, boss. A panacea drug that can heal the world. I can guarantee you that.
The excitement courses through my veins. This is fucking incredible. And not just because of the money I'm going to make. This is a chance to cement my legacy, to prove that the Pacan is more than just a ruthless criminal. With this substance, I can heal the world, change lives. I can offer hope to the hopeless, all while making billions and ensuring my empire flourishes for generations ahead. We'll need airtight warnings, Igor, I muse, my mind already crafting the distribution plan. Alcohol interactions, side effects, the whole 9 yards. We cannot afford any accidental deaths. Igor nods, his expression hardening with resolve.
I agree, boss. Safety is our top priority.
Good, I tell him. Great fucking job, Igor. Keep up the good work. Sitting in a taxi on my way to the hotel, I dial Maurice's number. My fingers drum impatiently on the seat as I wait for him to pick up. Maron? Maurice sounds kind of frazzled. Probably the hangover from the night before.
Look, I know we need to talk, but before you kick me out of the business and tell me to go fuck myself, I want to say that I'm not proud of what happened last night. As for Mindy,
Save it, I interrupt. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, but
He starts, but I cut him off again. I know exactly what he wants to say, and I'm not interested in hearing it right now. It would only be a circular conversation that doesn't lead anywhere. As for Mindy, it wouldn't be any different. The whole discussion would be completely pointless and would only add fuel to the fire. Besides, I have much more pressing matters on my mind right now. Stop, Maurice. This is not the time. I have something more urgent to talk to you about. I growl, my tone brooking no argument.
More urgent? What is it?
He sounds surprised. I need your help with the Tramoxine launch. We're going live in 3 months, and I need everything to be perfect. You do this well, and there will be a hefty salary for you at the end of it. There's a pause on the other end of the line. I can practically hear the gears turning in Maurice's head.
How much?
He finally asks. I was expecting the question. Maurice was always easy to manipulate with money. His addicted brain is probably already thinking about stuffing it into a slot machine in Marble Monkey.
300,000?
Do I look like a guy who plays small? I ask. $300,000 should be more than enough to take his mind off Mindy for now and get him to focus on the job. I know he's going to bite. And just as I expected, he does.
All right, Maron, he says. I'm in. Is 3 months going to be enough to set this up?
No, it won't, which is why I need you to help me get things going, I counter, my voice firm. First things first, book a luxury hotel in New York, something with plenty of space for press conferences and interviews. We need to make a statement and show the world that Tremoxine is the next generation of medicine.
Right. Remind me what it's good for again?
Maurice asks. It's a fucking miracle drug, Maurice, I tell him, my voice full of pride. Mental health conditions, trauma, PTSD, insomnia, all the shit people suffer from. He could even heal your addiction, dear brother.
You think?
He seems to hesitate.
Are you sure?
100%, Bratva.
Well, about that.
Maurice sighs and goes silent for a few seconds.
You think you can save me some? You know, for my troubles?
My brother's unexpected comment throws me slightly off balance. I furrow my brow. He wants to take Tremoxine? All this time he refused to admit that he's got issues. Can it be possible that he's finally starting to take responsibility for his shit?
I know he said we're not going to talk about this, but...
He continues. I can hear him fidgeting with something, probably a pen. Maurice does that when he's nervous.
Listen, Maron, I know I've not been easy to deal with, especially last night. So if this medicine can help me, I'm all in.
I can barely believe what I'm hearing. I was only calling him to give him a task, hoping we could avoid talking about last night. But this is completely unlike him. Hey, am I talking to Maurice here? I ask, feigning curiosity. Because if not, I'll happily trade you for him, whoever you are.
Very funny, Maron,
Maurice says.
Listen, after I screwed up your birthday party yesterday, I stayed up all night thinking.
He sighs.
I know I can't keep doing this to you and my family. I can't keep doing this to myself, because if I do, I'm just going to end up on the street, or even worse, dead in a ditch. I want to change, Maron. And as for Mindy, I know I can only blame myself for losing her. She deserves to be with someone who treats her well.
What the fuck? I'm still struggling to comprehend that I'm talking to Maurice. He sounds like a completely different person. Has he really come to his senses? Is it possible that the scene he caused sobered him out? Or is he simply using a different tactic to manipulate me? I guess I'll find out soon enough. I'm glad you see it that way, I tell him, my voice a lot less strained than before. You'll be the first in my circles to try Tremoxine, brother. But you absolutely cannot drink alcohol while you're on the pill. You understand? It's a lethal combo.
Don't worry about it, Maron, he says. I'm dead set on kicking this drinking habit anyway. I know I acted like a major asshole at your party.
All right, let's just move past it, Bratva, I say. Let's focus on the job instead. Speaking of which, have you got an update on Shirkov's kidney?
Oh, it's sorted,
Maurice says, a hint of pride in his voice.
They are shipping it in a few days. We'll be in New York days before the deadline.
I can't help but be a little impressed. This is not the conversation I was expecting at all. Far from it. Good job, Maurice. I give a nod of recognition. Who is the donor?
20-year-old woman in Bangladesh who recently passed away from a terminal illness. She agreed for her organs to be used after her death. For money, of course. It will go towards caring for her nieces. Food, school fees, bus fares, that kind of stuff.
Jesus Christ. I can't stop myself from thinking about the desperation poverty can drive people to. I should be used to it by now, but whenever I encounter it, it never truly leaves me unfazed. For a brief moment, I'm grateful for being born into a privileged part of the world. Fine, I say, my tone softening just a fraction. Good job, Maurice. Proud of you, brother. Keep this up and we can talk about the pay raise. The kidney will be the first milestone of your progress.
Thanks, Maron,
he says. I can almost see his smug smile through the telephone line. I nod, even though he can't see me. Keep me posted on the kidney, and in the meantime, let's focus on making this launch party as big as we can. I want the press to talk about it for months.
You got it,
Maurice replies.
I won't let you down again, brother. Just wait and see.
I put the phone down and allow myself a smile, feeling a rush of anticipation. I know I mustn't judge too quickly. Maurice still needs to prove himself, but this is a good start. And perhaps with the help of Tromoxine, I'll be able to put him on the road to recovery. The taxi comes to a screeching halt outside the Grand Hotel, and I toss the driver a wad of cash without even bothering to count. I shut the car door behind me and stride into the hotel lobby to take the lift to my penthouse suite. My head is still reeling from everything that happened today. The success of the Tromoxine trials and the promising conversation with Maurice are making me feel positive about the future. I enter the suite and throw my jacket on the kitchen counter. Sinking into the plush couch in the living room, I feel a surge of satisfaction wash over me. For years we've poured blood, sweat, and billions of dollars into Tromoxine, and now it's finally on the brink of its launch. Sure, there's the alcohol issue, but we'll deal with that. Nothing is ever perfect. All we need to do is put a giant fucking disclaimer on the label and we have our asses saved. As for Maurice, I don't know what to think. His attitude seems better than ever. A few weeks ago, he couldn't even take responsibility for his fuck-ups. Now he sounds like an adult who owns his shit. He even agreed to take Tromoxine to treat his addiction. But I guess we'll have to see. Either way, he'll be in my ass in the next 3 months, working alongside me on the launch. That way I can keep a close eye on him. And most importantly, there's Mindy. Finally, a woman I genuinely enjoy being with. Unlike my past relationships, which were just temporary pussies to fuck and forget. Just thinking about her makes me feel lightheaded and rock hard at the same time. It's like my heart is pumping all the blood into my cock, bringing it to the brink of explosion. Mindy is mine. Only mine. Life is good right now. A flicker of unease runs through me. Where could she be? I've called her multiple times before I left for Moscow, but she still hasn't called me back. It's not like her to disappear without a word. For a moment I consider sending Pavel to look for her, but I push the thought aside. I've had enough of today. Besides, she's probably just thinking about the conversation we had last night and needs some space. She'll turn up eventually. Korolev, you need a fucking shower, I tell myself. I've been in the same outfit since I left New York. I push myself up from the couch and take off my clothes. Naked, I walk to the drink cabinet. I grab a bottle of whiskey and take a swig, feeling the intense burn as I swallow it down. My thoughts drift to Mindy again. I wish she was here right now to join me in the shower. My erection is nearly painful as I think of her. I take another sip of whiskey. The coolness of the bottle against my hand, the burning sensation of the alcohol in my mouth, and the heat inside me all come together as I stand there naked in the dim lighting of my room. My heart races. I can't stop my mind from imagining what Mindy might be doing right now. I picture her soft curves, her supple skin, and ache for her touch. As I swallow another mouthful of whiskey, its smoothness burns all the way down, igniting something deep and primal inside me. Damn it, Korolev. I set the bottle down on the counter and reach between my legs, finding myself as hard as steel. My fingers brush against the sensitive skin at the tip of my shaft as I begin to stroke up and down, savoring the feel of my dick growing bigger under my touch. The sound of skin smacking against skin echoes in my ears each time I thrust into my palm. The scent of whiskey fills my nostrils, while my cock grows harder and harder, a heady mix that ignites deeper desires within me. Suddenly memories flood back. Our first kiss, our sweet moans when we made love. Everything about her feels so fucking right, too right for my world. Because my world is full of pain, blood, and chaos. All I know is that I have to find a way to keep her in it. My thumb finds its way to the tiny slit at the tip of my cock. I begin circling it gently, imagining it's her tongue doing the work. My other hand runs across my chest to pull on one of my nipples while I continue stroking myself faster, growling softly as pleasure builds. My hand moves up and down at an increasingly rapid pace now. Soon enough, pre-cum starts leaking from the tip onto my bare hands. I let out a low, guttural groan as I stroke myself faster and faster, my hips bucking involuntarily with each thrust. I lean against the counter for support, panting heavily as I lose myself in the feeling. My breath hitches as I get closer to the edge. Even my vision goes blurry. Every single one of my muscles strain as my pleasure reaches its peak until it finally comes crashing down on me with an overpowering force. Lashishka. With the one last thrust, I cry out her name and release myself completely into the void. Hot liquid spurts between my fingers, mixing with the smell of sweat and whiskey. It takes me longer than usual to come down from my high and regain my composure. Even minutes after my solitary release, my breathing is still heavy. It's still hard to believe how much Mindy has gotten under my skin. There are thousands of miles between us, and she still has a hold over me. I finally walk into the bathroom and take a refreshing shower before heading back to the comfort of the main suite. The combination of jet lag, whiskey, and post-orgasmic haze leaves me feeling pleasantly drowsy. I collapse onto the bed, eagerly anticipating a good rest. Just 3 more hours and I will be back on the jet, flying back to New York City. But first I'm going to get some sleep. However, old habits die hard. I can't shake the compulsion to check my email one last time before I surrender to sleep. With a weary sigh, I reach for my phone on the nightstand. The bright screen momentarily blinds me in the dimness of the room. I blink, letting my eyes adjust to the sudden impulse. That's when I see the email notification in the top corner of my screen. It's a message from Mindy. My drowsiness evaporates instantly as I tap to open the message, and what I see there almost makes me jump up from the bed and smash my phone against the wall. Maron, I have reconsidered your offer and have decided to decline. Please consider the contract null and void. I am sure you will find someone better suited to your needs. I'm sorry if this comes as a surprise, but my decision is final. Please do not attempt to find me. Mindy.
Chapter 35. Mindy. It's a lazy Sunday morning. Last night I had a performance at New York High, my first one since leaving Maron's mansion. It felt strange to be back on that stage, singing for a crowd of strangers as if nothing had happened. But I powered through it, ignoring the empty feeling in my chest from knowing that Maron wasn't there in the front row. No striking blue eyes watching me with an emotionless expression, despite the sexual turmoil that's going on under the surface. Kevin had organized a small gathering after my performance, It was a welcome distraction. A chance to temporarily forget about the emptiness that had been gnawing at me since I sent the goodbye message to Maron. I roll over in bed, my body still heavy with the lingering effects of last night's event. Kevin really outdid himself with the food. Every bite was like a party in my mouth. He even brought his new boyfriend along and introduced us to each other. The guy has this great personality that just lights up the room. Seeing them together, so happy and in love, was amazing, but also bittersweet. Sure, I am happy for them, but I was also reminded of the love I walked away from. Love? Is that what you want to call it, Mindy? You don't even know what it was. I shake off the thought and stretch, not even trying to suppress a big yawn. I'm feeling lazy, but maybe a shower would help, followed by a coffee, and then a plan to start putting the pieces of my life together. I sit up in bed, trying to fish out my flip-flops from under the bed when a wave of nausea crashes over me. The hollow feeling in my stomach is all-consuming. I stumble out of bed, my feet carrying me to the bathroom on pure instinct. By the time I reach the door, the feeling of nausea is overwhelming. I barely make it to the toilet before the contents of my stomach come rushing up. I grip the sides of the bowl and vomit violently into it. "You okay, Mindy?" I hear Betty's voice from the kitchen, but I can't bring myself to respond. I slump down onto the toilet seat, my chest heaving as I try to catch my breath. The cold porcelain feels soothing against my skin. What the hell is going on? Maybe it's the food from yesterday. I wasn't exactly careful with what I ate. I close my eyes and wish for the bathroom to stop spinning. When it finally does, I quickly discard my pajamas and turn on the water, eager to take a long, calming shower. But as the soothing vanilla-scented body wash hits my skin, something feels off. I hate the smell of it, which is strange because I always enjoyed its scent. I wash myself clean, wrap myself in a robe, and head for the kitchen where Betty is puttering around in her pajamas. I'm greeted by the rich, pungent aroma of fresh coffee. My friend looks up and smiles as I walk in, but her expression quickly turns to one of concern. "Mindy, are you okay? You look pale." I open my mouth to answer, but an unexpected wave of nausea hits me again. This time it's like a freight train. The smell of coffee, normally so comforting and inviting, is now unbearably strong, making my stomach churn and my head spin. I don't even stand a chance. I clap a hand over my mouth and make a beeline for the bathroom, barely making it to the toilet before I'm violently sick for the second time. I retch and heave, my stomach clenching painfully as I empty it into the bowl. A soft hand gently rubs circles on my back, comforting me. "Mindy, are you all right?" Betty expresses concern. "Did you eat something that upset your stomach?" "It must be the crab from last night," I gasp. I never did well with seafood. Betty launches into a barrage of questions. "Oh, so you went out to dinner last night? With whom? Did you make up with Maron?" "Not with Maron," I interject. "Kevin made seafood at the bar." Betty looks confused. "Oh, Kevin, then. Damn, girl. There are more guys in your life than I can keep up with." I stifle a laugh. It's not like that, Bets. Kevin has a new boyfriend, and they're madly in love. Betty's jaw drops. "Wait, seriously? Kevin is gay?" "Yep, and he couldn't be happier." I suddenly retch again as my stomach twists violently, but nothing comes out this time. The bitter taste of bile still lingers in my mouth, and my body feels as weak as a newborn kitten. "Come on, Mindy. Are you sure this is the seafood? We've had crabs many times, and you never had this reaction. Allergies can develop at any time, Bets. Maybe mine did last night." Betty's expression shifts from worried to stunned, like she's suddenly come to an important realization. "Mindy, do you know what I'm thinking?" she asks with a frown. Sure, Bets, I can read your mind, no problem. She shakes her head, her face serious. Stop it, girl. What I think is that you're pregnant. With Maron's baby. I flinch at the mention of Maron's name, and my heart clenches in my chest. The memories of our time together suddenly flood me. The passion, the intensity, the way he made me feel alive in ways I'd never known. All at the same time. I want to push it all down and forget the whole thing, but I just can't bring myself to it. Maybe I did fall for him during our short time together, but a pregnancy? That's impossible. I weakly shake my head, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. You know well I can't get pregnant, Bets. But even as I say the words, a niggling doubt takes root in the back of my mind. My periods have always been irregular because of my hormonal issues. And with everything that's happened lately, the stress, the chaos, the earth-shattering revelations about Maron, I can't even remember when I had my last one. Betty frowns, her eyes searching mine. Are you sure? Positive, I say firmly. Of course, it's a lie. Knowing I couldn't fall pregnant every time Maron and I had sex, caution was thrown to the wind. The only thing that mattered was the feeling of his skin on mine and his length moving inside me. Betty's expression softens, and her hand comes up to brush a strand of hair from my forehead. All right, hun. But if there's even a slight chance, don't you think you should take a test, just to be sure? I squeeze my eyes shut. Ugh, another damn test. The thought of peeing on a stick and waiting for those stupid lines to show up brings back memories of my hormonal imbalance being treated. Testing, and testing, hoping for the best possible outcome. My hormonal issues never went away. I remained infertile, and my libido is still off the charts. Dealing with this was always a pain in my back, and a constant reminder of how my body sucked at being functional. I shake my head vehemently, my stomach churning at the mere thought of taking a pregnancy test. It's pointless, Bets. You and I both know that I'm infertile. Why do you think we were planning IVF with Maurice? But Betty is relentless. Come on, Min, just to be on the safe side, you can't just ignore these symptoms and hope they'll go away. If there's even the slight chance that you're pregnant, you need to know about it. I click my tongue and shoot her a sarcastic look. And if it comes back positive, then what? You tell Maron, of course, Betty says. You know well Maron and I are not on talking terms, I fire back. All the more reason to start talking again. I take a deep, shuddering breath, steeling myself for the confession that's been weighing on my soul. I still didn't tell Betty about what I witnessed that night in Maron's mansion. I didn't want to put my friend in danger for no reason. All she knows is that things didn't work out between us. I don't want to get back together with Maron, Bets. I have good reason not to. Betty heaves a sigh. You know, girl, sometimes I just don't understand you. You dated the hottest man alive who also happens to be a billionaire entrepreneur, and you suddenly decided to break up with him. We both know that you're never going to find someone like. Remember when you warned me about him, Bets? I cut in, interrupting her rant. About the rumors that he may be involved in something shady. Betty nods and furrows her brow. Yeah, why? Because you were right, I say softly. I saw something the night before I broke up with him, Bets. Something horrible. Betty's eyes suddenly widen. I know her gossip sensors are alert and that every cell in her body is eager to hear what I'm about to say. This is exactly why you need to be careful with gossip around Betty. So I tell her about what happened that night, leaving out the worst details, namely the fact that I saw Maron kill someone. But I tell her about wandering the darkened corridors of the mansion, stumbling upon that awful scene. I tell her how the man was being interrogated and tortured, while Maron watched with a cold, impassive expression, like it was just another day at the office. As I speak, Betty's complexion drains of color and there's horror in her eyes. Holy shit, Mindy. That's That's horrible. I can't even imagine. I wipe the unwanted tears from my eyes as I nod in agreement. You see now? I can't be with a man like him, Bets. I bet you would have done the same in my shoes. Betty reaches out and squeezes my hand tightly. Oh, babe, I'm so sorry. I know this must be a lot to deal with. I just wish you'd told me earlier. It's just... I sniff. It hurts like a bitch, Bets. I have fresh tears welling up in my eyes again. My friend comes in to embrace me with a comforting hug. Of course it does, babe, she says. Still, you did the right thing by leaving him. That was the only sensible thing to do after this. I really want to cry now. I try convincing myself that Betty is right, but the tears flowing down my face suggest otherwise. Shh, I'm here for you, girl. Betty continues to comfort me. I'll help you get through this, I promise. She lets go of our embrace and looks at me with concern. What's your plan now? She asks. Take one step at a time, I answer with an exasperated sigh. Even if by some miracle I'm pregnant, there's no chance I'll be able to carry the baby to term. According to the doctors I've seen, my body wouldn't be able to handle it. Betty lets out a sigh. Too bad, babe. You would make a wonderful mother. She gently pats my cheek. But now, let's go buy you a pregnancy test. Chapter 36. Mindy. The next morning, I wake up feeling like death warmed over. Just like yesterday, my stomach churns and I barely make it to the bathroom before I'm hunched over the toilet, retching and heaving until there's nothing left to bring up. Rise and shine, Mindy. I'm starting to think that Betty is right about the pregnancy, but I still can't wrap my head around it. I didn't want to buy the test yesterday, but she practically forced me to go to the drugstore with her. Later on, she had to go out and I ended up sleeping through the afternoon, leaving the test in my bag. I didn't even take it. But today, I can no longer delay the inevitable. I promised Betty to get it done by the time she's back. But first things first, I'm going to procrastinate a little more by treating myself with breakfast at my local coffee shop. Eating out is highly unusual for me, especially for breakfast. My usual morning meal is just a sad piece of toast with jam. But today, I feel like I could kill for a delicious plate of eggs with bacon. I quickly wash my face, throw on some clothes, and head down to the small joint nearby. As soon as I step inside, the smell of fresh coffee beans hits me, and it's like heaven in my nostrils. Which is strange, because yesterday the mere thought of coffee made me want to puke. Now it's like a warm hug. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. So I order a cappuccino and a hearty breakfast omelet with bacon, 2 slices of toast, a side salad, and settle into a booth by the window. As I dig into my food and savor the flavors, I feel a sense of calm wash over me. For a moment, I almost forget about the test waiting for me at home. Can I sit here? A familiar voice cuts through my reverie, making me look up. My heart skips a beat in my chest. It's Maurice. To my surprise, Maurice looks better than I've ever seen him. His hair is neatly trimmed and styled. His clothes are clean and pressed. There's a clarity in his eyes that I haven't seen in a long time. If I didn't know better, I would mistake it for a sense of purpose or determination. He stands beside my table with a tray of food in his hands and a vibrant smile on his face. Maurice, I say with a half grin, my mind still reeling from the surprise. The last time I saw him was at Maron's birthday party, causing a huge scene and being completely drunk. Sure, take a seat. What is he doing here? And why now of all times? Thanks, Mindy, he says, sliding into the seat across from me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I just saw you sitting here and, well,
I thought I'd come say hi.
I shake my head, gesturing for him to sit down. No, it's fine. I'm just grabbing a bite before, peeing on a test to see if I'm pregnant from your brother. Before heading home, I add. Maurice nods, digging into his own breakfast with gusto.
Well, I'm glad I bumped into you. Breakfast tastes better with good company.
I nod, giving him a smile. Yeah, I know what you mean. We sit in silence as we eat, and I'm starting to feel a little awkward. Sure, it's nice to see Maurice, especially in such good shape. But at the same time, I'm increasingly anxious about the task that awaits me. What if it comes back positive? Cut it out, Mindy. You can't get pregnant. It's so frustrating when my mind goes off on a tangent like this. Maybe I should have just stayed home and gotten that damn test done. It would all be over by now. It would have come back negative, and my worries would have evaporated. Instead, I'm sitting here with my ex, not sure what to talk about. As if he can read my thoughts, Maurice places his fork down and meets my eyes. He clears his throat before speaking.
Mindy, I want to apologize.
His sudden confession catches me off guard. Apologize? For what?
For everything that happened between us. The way things ended. I wasn't a good boyfriend.
Thanks, Maurice, but it's okay. It's all in the past now.
I let you down, Mindy, he continues. My own issues and insecurities got in the way of our relationship, and I'm truly sorry. You deserve better.
I must admit, I'm taken aback by this. Maurice is not the type to ponder about his actions. Not to mention that he always struggled to take responsibility for his own mistakes.
I acted like an idiot at Maron's party.
He confesses.
I had a bit too much to drink.
We all have our slip-ups, I reassure him. No need to beat yourself up. He hesitates before continuing, staring down at his fidgeting fingers.
Let me break it down for you.
Why bother? It's fine, really, I reply. I just want to end the conversation, finish my breakfast, and get back home to my test.
No, it's not, Mindy. There are some things I need to set straight. You see, earlier that day I was at Maron's place. My stepmother has this thing called vascular dementia, and it hit me hard. It's a brutal disease. Her brain is literally shrinking.
He's not wrong. The elderly lady I'd met in Maron's mansion at night was beyond confused. But she's still a lovely old woman. Too bad her son is a dangerous criminal who tortures people. Maurice let out a long sigh.
So I had a drink to help me cope. And then I found out that Maron was having a party and that everyone was invited except me. That really hurt. So I just kept on drinking.
He takes a deep breath.
Until I decided it was a good idea to go to the party. So I did. And when I saw you there on stage...
He pauses.
I just got very jealous, and I couldn't hold it in.
Why are you telling me this now, Maurice? I ask carefully.
Because you need to know.
He meets my gaze and leans in closer.
That night, Maron and I had a huge argument. I thought that you and him are together, and it's been eating me up inside ever since.
My heart skips a beat and my palms grow clammy with nerves. This is the last thing I need on my list right now. How could I possibly explain the tangled mess I've found myself in to Maurice, of all people? Not that I owe him an explanation. I gather my courage and decide to lie, hoping he won't see through me. No, I say unconvincingly. I was only there to sing, nothing more.
Oh.
Maurice's expression visibly changes. I can't decide if he knows I'm lying to him or not.
That's good, It would kill me if you and my brother, you know."
"Why?" I ask, staring at him in confusion. "You broke up with me, Maurice, not the other way around." His gaze is heavy with remorse and yearning as he nods.
"And I've regretted it every single day since."
He falls silent, then reaches across the table to take my hand in his.
"I've changed, Mindy. I'm working on myself every day, trying to become a better person. I haven't touched booze since that disastrous party. I attend AA meetings regularly, and I have a stable job now."
"I'm happy to hear that, Maurice, truly," I tell him, attempting to pull my hand away from his. But it only makes him tighten his grip.
"Do you think we could start again? Give our relationship another chance?"
I'm at a loss for words. Out of all the things I imagined Maurice telling me, this was the last one on my mind. It's also the last thing I want to be dealing with right now. I glance at my watch out of the corner of my eye, thinking about the test waiting for me at home. Maurice, I trail off, my mind spinning with conflicting emotions. A part of me remembers the good times we shared, but I know that chapter of my life is over. I could never go back to Maurice after how things ended between us. And especially after what happened between Maron and me. It would be a disaster. My stomach lurches forward without warning, and I find myself thinking about that damn test again. Now I really want to kick myself for coming down here instead of peeing on a stick in my bathroom, waiting to find out if I've been knocked up by a dangerous mob boss or not. Even that seems more appealing than sitting in this booth, stuck between a rock and a hard place with my ex. What the hell has my life become? It's like something straight out of a terrible soap opera. "I'm sorry," I say softly, finally managing to pull my hand from his grasp. "I can't. Too much has changed, Maurice. I've changed too." He stares at me.
"Mindy, please don't shut me out. Whatever it is, we can work through it together."
Without a moment's hesitation, I shake my head and start gathering my belongings. "No, Maurice. Thank you for being honest with me, but it's over." I rise from my seat and push my chair back. Half of my fancy breakfast remains untouched on the plate. "I wish you all the best in finding someone who will appreciate you for who you are, Maurice. But that person won't be me. I've moved on." I look into his eyes. "Goodbye, Maurice." I turn on my heels and exit the cafe, feeling the burn of his gaze on my back. I shut the door behind me and my shoulders finally relax. Betty has gone somewhere, so I'm on my own. I head to the kitchen and make myself some tea. Then I make another, and another, until my bladder is fit to burst. It's time, Mindy. Time to pee on a stick. I tear open the test's packaging, go to the bathroom, and do my business. Once done, I place the kit on the edge of the sink and anxiously wait. I should have done this yesterday. At least Betty would have been here to keep my company. Time seems to stand still, so I start pacing back and forth, my heart hammering against my chest. I continue pacing for what feels like hours, too scared to even glance at the results. But eventually, I have to face the music. I take a deep breath and muster the courage to look at the stick. And sure enough, there it is. My heart feels like it wants to stop, and I'm suddenly dizzy. I must look like someone who just saw a ghost. Because two small blue lines are staring back at me, as if they are trying to mock me with their presence. I stumble out of the bathroom and collapse onto my bed, staring up at the ceiling as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. Pregnant. With Maron's baby. The man I ran away from. The man who terrifies me as much as he turns me on. Now what? How is this even possible? Minutes go by, and I'm so lost in my own swirling thoughts that I almost don't hear my phone ringing. It's when I glance at the screen that my breath hitches. It's a number from St. Mary's Hospital. Hello? I answer, my heart thundering against my ribcage. Miss Williams? Dr. Walker here. Dr. Walker, is this about my mother? Yes, he says and clears his throat. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly running dry. Calls like this out of nowhere are usually not a good sign. Is she okay? There's a pause on the other end. I'm afraid not, Miss Williams. Your mother's condition has deteriorated significantly in the past 24 hours. I feel like I'm being punched in the gut. The air rushes out of my lungs, leaving me breathless. I see. What does that mean? Dr. Walker's voice is sympathetic. It means that we have done all we can to treat her cancer. But I'm afraid she's no longer responding to the treatment. We've made the decision to move her to comfort care, so we can focus on managing her pain and making her as comfortable as possible. I'm so sorry, Miss Williams. Tears sting my eyes as I begin to comprehend the reality of his words. A heavy weight settles in my chest, pressing down on me until I find it hard to breathe. No. How can this be? What about those memories we were going to make? I blink rapidly, trying to hold back the flood of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. It's as if the world has tilted off its axis, leaving me grasping for something to hold on to. But there's nothing. Just the crushing inevitability of what's to come. Mom? My hands tremble, and a deep aching sorrow wells up inside me, stealing away any semblance of strength I thought I had left. I just stand here, paralyzed by the devastating truth that my mother, my rock, the person I love most, is slipping away from me, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. How long does she have left? I ask, no longer trying to control my tears. It's hard to say for sure, Dr. Walker replies gently. Based on her current condition, we estimate that she has a few days at most. Oh, dear God. A sob rises in my throat, my chest aching with the pain that feels like it will swallow me. Can I see her? Of course, Dr. Walker says. We're administering morphine to help ease her pain, but she's still lucid. I nod, even though he can't see me. I'll be there as soon as I can. I murmur a thank you and end the call, letting the phone fall on the bed from my numb fingers. The weight of losing my mother comes crashing down on me like an avalanche. All while a new life is being created in my belly. One coming to an end, and another one just starting.
Chapter 37. Maron.
Oh, please,
Mindy groans.
suck my clit.
I run my tongue up her slit, dancing at the tip across her clitoris. Then I press my mouth against it.
Fuck,
she cries, and her head drops back on the pillow. Then I start licking and sucking her clitoris with long, flat strokes, giving it no mercy. Now she can't help herself. She moans and thrusts her hand into my hair, pressing my face against her pussy harder. I welcome it. I ravage her cunt, being relentless with it until she spirals completely out of control.
Fuck! Eat my pussy, you bastard!
Mindy is lost in an ocean of pleasure as I continue licking.
Oh, fuck! Please, Maron,
she pants.
Don't. Stop. I'm gonna burst.
Then fucking burst for me, baby. With a scream that's muffled by the pillow she pressed her face into, she comes, squirting her juice into my mouth like a fountain.
Oh, God. Oh.
She screams, her body shaking uncontrollably from her orgasm. Good girl, I growl. Now you're going to suck my cock. Barely waiting for her shaking to subside, she eagerly obeys. I place my erect dick against her lips and thrust into her mouth. Her throat relaxes, and her mouth sinks down my shaft, licking and sucking it. My groans of encouragement spur her on with even greater enthusiasm. Deeper, Lizishka, I order, and she takes it all the way in. My nuts are so tight they nearly hurt. I want nothing more than to be deep inside her, buried to the hilt, to feel her wall